Remember Flash games? When it comes to gaming, few things comes close to the impact Flash games had on the industry. It created the modern indie market, it jumpstarted many successful careers in both the animation and gaming industries, and most importantly, it provided endless entertainment for countless people all around the world for free. This video is a bit of a tribute and love letter to this medium that shaped so many people's childhoods and formative years. In this video, I will talk about Flash games, animations, just anything Flash related. But I will also talk about its history, its rise to its eventual fall and death, and overall just how much impact Flash had upon the world. Alright, enough yapping. Let me give you a small taste of a few Flash games before I start to get historical on you. This is the ultimate Flash games retrospective. Skullkid is such a damn bizarre game, and for some reason it's one of the most iconic characters in the Flash games headspace. Next to everyone knows this game, and I'm not sure why. It's just weird, because the game itself is, well, weird. You play as this kid with a skull for a head who is wielding a chainsaw, and it's played while this happy, upbeat music loop plays, which does not match the tone of the game at all. But maybe it's a parody of the everyday life of the white-collar worker, and in fact it's a critique of the mundane cycle of going to the same office, same people, same task, doing it over and over again until something snaps, and this is what Skullkid represents. Or it's more likely that it was just a random game with an edgy theme made by an edgy teenager. The controls are simple. You walk forward and you use your chainsaw. That's it. The first level is just sawing through various stuff with your chainsaw and eventually people. Though if you hold down the chainsaw button while sawing through people, they will stop to move until you let them go, and it kinda looks just a bit bizarre here. Then the whole game changes in the second level, where now it's a cover shooter all of a sudden, which is actually really damn difficult. The first two guys, they're easy enough. But the other two with a shotgun and MG are hard as hell. And it's all about reaction and baiting out enemy fire and read their patterns, and try to get a shot in between their bursts and reloads. And the first stage is, well, it's more of a victory lap if anything. And that's the game. Truly one of the greatest Flash games of our generation. Now, I'm not kidding when I say this is one of the most popular Flash games of all time. The game is ranked third as the most popular game on Newgrounds with an insane 25 million plays in total. I think the reason why it was so popular was first of all due to it coming out early in 2002, and there were not that many Flash games out at that time, but also how it was just so bizarre, from its gameplay to the titular, Skullkid, and the music playing, and of course the fact that it was also edgy as hell with guts and brains all spilling out. So yeah, it had this perfect combo that any kid or teenager had to play. On a sadder note, unfortunately in June of 2013, the creator of Skullkid, Corded, passed away in an accident. Newgrounds decided to feature Skullkid on the main page as a tribute to him during that time. Skullkid might not have been a great Flash game, but it sure inspired many people and became one of the front figures of Flash games. May Corded rest in peace. Alien Hominid used to kick my ass when I was younger. I don't think I even managed to reach the second boss because it was unlike anything I had ever played before due to its difficulty. But it was not just the gameplay, the art style is timeless and you can feel that it has a soul in it, how they are all hand-drawn, and at the time of release, this was probably the best looking Flash game out there. It was made by Dan Paladin, who made the art, and Tom Fulp, the founder of Newgrounds, who did the programming. and these two were a match in heaven as they would continue to make some of the best Flash games of all time, and I believe they were the first to release their Flash game on a console and handhelds, which was a huge achievement for a Flash game. In those versions though, you have more weapons, the stages are longer, there are more of them, there are more movesets, and it takes maybe around 1 or 2 hours to complete. Alright, enough backstory. The game's AI is insane, as they will make insane trick shots to hit you in the game, and this game came out in 2002, and it still looks so damn good even compared to modern Flash games. The gameplay is just so damn smooth, and it's a timeless classic. The Flash version is also hard as hell, mainly due to the fact that you will die in one hit, and there are enemies everywhere and you cannot really dodge them. It's a side-scroller shooter where you need to escape Earth, as the men in black are trying to kill you as they want to study your body. Now you have 10 lives, but let's just say that barely does anything in this damn game, because if you get hit once, you lose a life, and they will go down fast. You can fire in 4 directions, you can also use a melee attack which is useful in close combat. I found that jumping everywhere and on enemies' heads or crouching helped to dodge most attacks. Now, since I never finished this game as a kid, I thought the game would be fairly long, but in reality it's actually really short. But considering its difficulty, it can take you some time to finish it. There are also several bosses who have their own movesets and mechanics, and I managed to take most of them down on my second try, but on the third playthrough I reached the final boss, and oh, here we go. Here's the last boss, and I'm finally going to get revenge for youngest Victor. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Come on, you got this. Just a few more to hit. Just mother. This is probably the franchise which I spent the most time playing in total. The Papa's franchise is hands down amazing. I don't know what it is about this series that makes it feel so calming and homey. I would probably compare it to a cozy game like Animal Crossing or Stardew Valley. The Papa's games also has an amazing gameplay loop which is simple yet so deep the further you progress. In any other franchise, I would complain about how the sequel barely changed anything, and let's be real, most Papa's games, they are kinda the same-ish in terms of music, sound effects, visuals and customers, and many aspects of the gameplay loop are also the same. And there are many Papa's games. Here, let me mention them for ya. There is Papa's Pizzeria, Papa's Burgeria, Papa's Tacomia, Papa's Freezeria, Papa's Pancakeria, Papa's Wingeria, Papa's Hotdoggeria, Papa's Cupcakeria, Papa's Pastaria, Papa's Donuteria, Papa's Cheeseria, Papa's Bakeria, Papa's Sushiria, Papa's Scooperia, Papa's Mocharia to go, Papa's Clackeria to go, Papa's Freezeria Deluxe, Papa's Palateria, and more games are still being made to this day. Whew. I guess I should talk about a few of the Papa's games, so let's start with a game that put Papa's on the map, which is of course Papa Louie When Pizzas Attack, which is this great platformer where you need to... Alright, just kidding. It's kind of funny that the series started out as a generic platformer. I wonder how the creators went from that to the new famous formula that we play today. Now the first real Papa's game is Papa's Pizzeria, as we play as Papa, who is running a pizza shop. The game's concept is simple but genius, and it's as addicting as crack cocaine. They have truly found a golden formula, and I can't even blame them for keeping on doing the same games with the same mechanics-ish. They just don't get boring at all. The game has a bit of a learning curve, as you have 3 to 4 menus at the bottom on the screen, where you first need to take the order from the customer, then you need to garnish the pizza, and then you put it in the oven, and lastly you slice it. Simple, right? Well, let me show you what simple looks like when you're further into the game. The customers also change their orders, as some want certain garnishes on different parts of the pizza, some want their pizzas to either be in the oven for a short, medium or long time, and some want their pizza sliced in 2, 4 or 8 pizzas, and you have to juggle between so many orders at the same time, and you can only bake 4 pizzas at the same time, so it creates this super well made task management where you need to think of so many things at the same time, and you have to decide what to do in what order and which ones you want to do first. Also, did I mention that when you have finished a pizza and give it to the customer, it gets rated based on how long they had to wait for it, if the pizza was in the oven long enough to their liking, did you garnish it like they wanted to, and lastly, how precise were your slicing. And I have never gotten a 100 on all categories, as the slicing and garnishing always fuck me up, and depending on the grade the customer gives you, it gives you a better tip. Now what can you do with the money? Yeah, that's the thing, you can't really do anything with it in this game, and if anything, it's just there as a score. But they would change this in the next installment. Oh, trust me, they will change it. And you can play this game for up to 100 days, and I pray to God whoever tries that challenge. But the franchise found its niche and they went hard with it, as Papa's Burgeria would be the sequel. And it's the same as Papa's Pizzeria, but it added a new element, which is one of the weirdest additions ever, as you can now upgrade the shop with all the money you earn from the tips. You can buy a bell that sounds when a customer walks in while you are in another room, a heat lamp that allows burgers to stay warm for a longer time, and also timers that will beep when a burger is warm enough. And you need to flip the burgers, so they need to be heated 50-50. Additionally, you can also now buy stuff for your restaurant in the waiting area, like music, tapestry, posters, arcade machines, etc. It increased the amount of time customers will wait patiently without reducing that particular score. Now, I can't be the only one who thinks that the character's appearance reminds me of something.
That's a penis!
So let's compare the earlier Papa's games to some of the later ones. And what the hell is going on here? The later games just made the game so much more complicated, where you need to add certain movements correctly. The earlier games gives you access to everything from the get-go, but what gets harder is the amount of customers and their more and more complicated orders. In later games though, they started to introduce a more complex system, as now you need to unlock tons of more ingredients for you to use, and by the end there is a plethora of new ingredients. Like, look at Papa's Cooperia, there are 10 cookie flavors, 20 ice cream flavors, and then you need to apply the correct condiments on it. The later installments each have a so-called storyline, where you play as either a pre-made character or a custom-made one. Yeah, you can make your own characters in later installments. And it's always a story where your character mistakenly applies to the job that Papa has put out, or that you are basically tricked into working there. And there are tons of these storylines, and they also have an ending, which is quite neat. Also, characters from previous games always visit in the newer ones, and there are so many characters by this point that you can even have a carnival that you can watch with all the customers walking, and it can take a long time. Overall, I swear these games are so damn addictive to play when you get into them, and I think they are actually quite good at learning you how to handle stress in tight situations, because I don't think I've ever played a more stressful game than... Okay, maybe you, but wait for your turn, Bush. The Papa's games have been immensely popular on the phone. The community is still going strong, and there are many playthroughs and challenges that get tons of views even here in 2025, and the number of games is just staggering, and I don't see them quitting anytime soon. This series is a legendary flash game series, and I cannot recommend it enough. It's addicting as hell, so be careful. I might do a video later on where I 100% all of the Papa's games, but that's for the future. For now, I gotta get back to cooking those burgers.
Gladiator, 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 gladiator.
Ah yes, that theme, it's stuck in my head, because this game I loved to play as a kid. Swords and Sandals is a renowned flash game banger that pretty much everyone has tried at least once. Playing as a freaking gladiator, battling other gladiators, and eventually bosses as you slowly become stronger, what more could you want? What made the games unique was how many different builds you could play as you can be more agile, you can have more defense, or do it like me, who puts every single point in strength so I can do this. This game rocks. You also have 3 types of attacks, Or 4 if you count shouting. Yeah, you can kill people by shouting at them. I'm just gonna assume you shout so loud that you scare them to death as their hearts can fall out. Otherwise, you have 3 types of melee swings, where power is the hardest to hit, but be careful since you also spend all of your energy doing it, and when you are at 0 energy, you will have to rest and miss a turn. Medium attacks are well balanced, and quick is the easiest one to nail. It uses the least amount of energy, but it also does the least amount of damage, so it does offer you a lot of risk and reward, which will either make you jump in joy or smash your computer. The first game is simple yet enjoyable as hell. The downside is that if you do not do a optimal build, you are going to get your ass handed to you. And in many situations, it feels more like the game is based on RNG, which it kinda is. If you're unlucky, a champion can literally one-shot you. I remember not being able to finish this game when I was younger. Instead, I tried to use some cheat codes to make myself huge and kill everything in one hit, but then I got bored and I stopped playing. Does anyone ever finish a game from start to finish when using cheat codes? What else put a lot of eyes on the game was its blood and gore. There are heaps of it here, and you can cut off their hearts, cut off their limbs, so yeah, bloody as hell and edgy, which meant popular IP. The sound effects and shouts are mesmerizing. They're all so damn iconic and it's hard to get them out of your head. You get money each time you win a battle, which you can spend on weapons or armors, and it has a decent progression system. You can also equip a defeated champion's weapon, and you will always do that because theirs are always better than yours. Now the game is quite simple until the second boss. And yeah, let's just say that these bosses are giga fucking RNG. Like, look at this. The fuck do you want me to do here? The hardest part are the 3 last bosses, starting with the Minotaur or whatever the hell he's supposed to be. But he wears this huge hammer, and yeah, come on buddy, get close so I can fucking whip your ass. Remember what I said about RNG in this game? Yeah, that's a prime example of that. At least this game has a great reset death system. Alright, I got him this time, just a little bit closer and... oh boy. And he's down, finally. Alright, the next boss should be easier, right? And... Alright, let's speed this up. Oh come on, one more hit, alright there we fucking go. Now it's time for the last boss and Jesus Christ these stats. This does not seem fair at all. This guy is literally flying in the arena, what the hell am I supposed to do? Alright, I just need one good crit and I got him and... yeah, this is gonna take a while. Oh, for fuck's sake, come on already, give me a crit already, and yes! There we go, and that must be a record distance, and with that we have finished the game. Yeah, although it's really fun, be prepared to restart the game many times due to its RNG. The second game improves on many things, as there are more bosses, more RPG elements, you can enchant your weapon, you can buy magic spells, and some of them are really cool like Colossus, which makes you huge, Berserk, drag people towards you, teleport somewhere in arena, or rain molten lava rock from the sky. It's cool. And this time you can also be an archer. And you can be bard-ish, as you can kill people much more often with your shouts. There are also random world events where you get a choice to, let's say, either take out a fine looking woman for dinner or ditch her, or maybe stay at the inn or brave the streets, and sometimes you gain money, sometimes you get stats, and sometimes you lose money and stats, so in the end game, hell no, you're not taking any chances. But this game has one fundamental core issue. It's so grindy. You can go up to like level 100, and the worst part is the grind between each tournament. You need to grind duels for experience to level up, as each tournament has a level requirement. And guess what happens when you gain an average 5% experience in each duel? Yeah, that means you need to duel about 20 guys for one level, and sometimes you need to get up maybe 2 or 3 levels between tournaments, and it gets boring fast because nothing changes in the end game when you already have all your items and spells, etc. And oh yeah, in these duels it's first blood, which means you don't win by killing them, you need to just break through the armor, and this game is evil because if you crit, you automatically go through your opponent's armor, and that means a random NPC rookie can kill you because they crit you. Fun! So, later on in the game, when you get the required level for the tournament, you are met with this. What the hell? There are like 20 dudes in front of me that I need to beat before the boss. What? Oh, and if you die, you have to do it all over again. Have fun. I don't even know if I can recommend this game. I would actually rather suggest that you play the first game. Sure, it's more basic, but it's fast and it doesn't feel grindy. The first 2 games are by far the most well-known ones, but man, the creator of this series hauled ass because there are so many games in this universe, and let's just say that the sequel, Swords and Sandals 3, it kinda messed up the art direction. What are these hulking monstrosities I'm seeing? It's so far apart from the OG art style for the worse. Now, I have heard that 3 is a pretty good game, as it's much more of an RPG focused and you can even play the loot. And it also has the best theme song. Now, Swords and Sandals and the whole gladiator theme were not the only types of games made, since I don't think I have ever seen a Flash series have this many spin-offs. There is Crusader, which is more of a strategy game, and it's really cool though. Using your big dudes to just ravage your enemies, I love it. I recommend this one. Then there is a Swords and Sandals board game version. Yeah, a Swords and Sandals board game, and it sucks donkey dick. Because progression is the worst I have ever seen. Stay far away from this game. Then there are like Pirates, Spartacus, remasters, which ruins the OG style even more. Just look at this list of games. It's as if the IP became a whore and is selling itself out on the streets for $1. It reminds me of this weird Sonic era where they explored every genre with the brand. Racing games, boxing games, Mario Party ripoffs, and more. Like, how does Swords and Sandals become a board game? The creator is still making games today, so yay, I guess. He seems like a cool dude at least. I don't know, play a few of these. I recommend Swords and Sandals 1 to 3 and Crusader, but the other stuff... But the whole collection is out on Steam for a fairly low amount of money, so if you want to test them out, have a go. Overall though, I have to say that this franchise is a certified iconic Flash Games banger. If we talk about the most iconic Flash song, it's the Age of War theme. I don't know what it is about this theme that makes it so iconic, it's just perfect in every way, and it's also a pretty good loop. Now the gameplay side of things is... it's actually kinda subpar. The enemy will cheat his ass off as they have unlimited resources. The goal is to destroy the enemy base, which you do by building units, and you have 3 types of units, or 4 when you reach the last age. You have the foot soldier, the range unit, and the tankish unit. And you also have this special ultimate ability which does different in each age. Most of the time it kills the enemy in a wide area, and it upgrades each time you advance to a new age. And yeah, one of the biggest themes of the game is the ability to to advance into more and more advanced ages as you start off as caveman, into the medieval age, renaissance, modern day, and lastly the future. You can also build turrets on your base, which are essential as the enemy will always be able to spam more units than you, and they are great to grind gold as you only get money by killing enemy units. My only issue is that the game gets really damn grindy towards the end, and there is no save system. You need to play until you win. And the music, although I love it, it gets so damn annoying towards the end because listening to it on a loop for 25 minutes, it's Chinese water torture. And I think this is one of the games that suffers from nostalgia as it has the perfect music, but the actual game is just, it has not aged well at all. When both players build turrets, it just becomes a stalemate, makes it so much longer than it should be. It's also the fact that the game is so limited in terms of strategy. You can't really finish the game until you reach the last age, or maybe the modern age, and it's often that you finish the game on the last stage because that's when you can buy the ultimate unit, the ultra cyborg one, whatever. I think people remember having fun playing this game, but when you actually play it, it's fun for the first 10 minutes, but after that, it's not fun anymore. I also just love that there is a spelling error at the victory screen. It makes it so much more iconic. The sequel adds variety. You can even toggle the game speed, which is nice, but something about it has lost its charms. I'm not sure if it's how the units have gotten more realistic or cartoony-ish. I can't really tell. The ultimate ability is no longer used for free when off cooldown. Instead, you have to pay experience to use it, and I don't recommend it as it means you will go to the next age much slower than your opponent. You can also upgrade each of your unit types this time around. You can also upgrade the amount of gold you get from killing enemies, and you actually need to buy the building in order to buy your epic unit in each age. Overall, Age of War, it's a weird Flash game, at least in terms of a retrospective, as it's not that good. I can understand Skullkid being so damn popular due to its edgy nature, but Age of War, the only thing it has is the music. Overall, it has not held up to the test of time, and there is no real replayability at all here. I'm honestly disappointed. I would instead recommend that you play the OST instead of playing the actual games. Alright, that was just a little taste of what's to come, as I will talk longer about certain games and only briefly about the others. It depends on what it is. And I have many, and I mean many more games to go through in this video. But I think this is a good time for an introduction as to how Flash games were actually created and how it became such a popular tool for creating games and animations. The development tool Flash Macromedia, which became the first Flash tool used to create games, was released in 1996, but it was originally made to create web graphics and animations, so more or less websites. It only got its own programming language in 2000, which is around the same time many creators started to make games with it. Flash was designed to be used by artists as the program brought together art, animation and coding in one neat package. People who did not even know how to write code could make their animations into games as it was so easy to learn the coding for the program. Developers didn't have to worry about making a game for different platforms or systems, as a game written in Flash is still playable today, compared to how games written for the iOS or Android requires constant updates to make the games work on newer phones, etc. Flash games started to become immensely popular during the golden age of the internet between the mid-2000s and early 2010s. I think what made Flash games so popular was due to one simple mantra: made by the people, for the people. Because you have to remember, back in the 2000s, there were no huge social media platforms yet, and the internet was not as centralized as it is today, with only a few major platforms like Twitter, YouTube, Facebook and Instagram just dominating the market. Instead, back in the day, you had hundreds of smaller to mid-sized websites with their own message boards that acted like proto-social media, and it was truly the Wild West. What Flash revolutionized was the simplicity and accessibility in playing browser-based games, because you see, before Flash you actually had to download the zip file and then install what you were going to play. So imagine, for example, that every Flash game would have to be downloaded like a Steam game with a few extra hassles. The Flash plugin, however, created a universal player, which means you could play these games without having to download anything, which was unheard of. And this was great for anyone with a computer regardless of quality. All you needed was the Flash Media plugin. This gave Flash a huge advantage over other game making programs, as not only was it a perfect format to spread the games, they were also easy to make. If it was in your head, you can make it. You did not need mad skills in computer programming to make such games. Flash proved to be a perfect program for gamers who wanted to make these games or animations but were not really sure where to start, so it was a great introduction. Flash was easy to use and you could create your own games at amazing speeds. For example, how the original Meat Boy, yeah, that Meat Boy, took only 3 weeks to create. There are even rumors that many popular Flash games took only a few days to create. Another thing that made Flash games and animations unique was due to its time it was released in, because in those years there were no limits or restrictions whatsoever of what you could do. You could make whatever you wanted, and that means you could make the goriest, the scariest, the most controversial game you wanted to, and you could release it for people to play or watch. There was no ESRB, where you were not allowed to publish a game if it was too controversial. But when it came to Flash games, if anything, they actively tried to push the envelope of what was possible to make. There were no rules, it was truly the Wild West, and this became a cauldron for immense creativity, even if the stuff made would never be available on the commercial market. And this unrestricted creativity paid off immensely, as controversy and edginess means more eyes on them and more people playing and watching their stuff. Alright, let's get back to some games, shall we? Warlords is a lane-based game where you summon a wide array of different units in each of these lanes, but this game is unique as you can choose between playing so many different factions, which is cool as hell. They also have different bonuses and weaknesses, such as the ice trolls having more speed but lesser armor, or how wood elves are better at archery but they are worse with spears. So again, it's great for player choice, but what's even more amazing is that most factions also have unique units that you can buy, and the coolest one by far are the Ice Trolls Giants, which are super expensive but the most powerful units in the game by far. And I can only imagine doing an ultimate summoning with these. And yeah, speaking of the ultimate, it's an ability that you can use after killing an X amount of enemy units, and it makes it so one selected unit spawns in each lane. And this is super powerful and it's really situational. Of course, different units have different cooldowns, which means you can't spam the best units, and instead you need to balance them out in between when you have a chance. And overall, the game is a lot like rock, paper, scissors, as certain units are better against some and weaker against others, so there is a good balance here. You can also upgrade your units with movement speed, armor, attack and whatnot, and I think it gives the game a lot of identity to give the player these many choices, and it also gives you a lot of replayability. And the sequel, however, is oh boy. I swear the Flash game sequel art curse is real, because look at what they did to my boy here. What is this new style? It's so uncanny, this photorealistic look instead of the cartoony but well-defined style. I just despise this new style so much, it feels muddy and unpolished. Also, the units move so much slower this time around. Look at these hellbirds. They are moving slower than snails. There are also siege battles, And by that I mean they are really shitty and unbalanced, as you can either buy catapults or ladder guys which will attack the wall, and the problem is that the goal is no longer about getting people over to the other side to win. No, in sieges it's about doing as much damage as possible, which means you can win by just having your catapults attack the walls without a single one of your units crossing the enemy lines. And even if the enemy gets their forces over to your side, it changes nothing. Their goal is just to defend, kill the catapults and ladder guys and win by holding out. It makes it really unbalanced, as the attacker has such an advantage. It just sucks to see the sequel curse in action here. Raft Wars. Yeah, I remember seeing this game when I was a teen, but I never really bothered with it. I think it was because it looked like the game was for kids or toddlers. Because come on, you literally play as a toddler. It's not a bad game, it's just very luck based. For example, on the first map, I missed one shot and then I hit all of my other shots perfectly. Yet, I lost. On the first level, I'm not really a fan of games that are way too RNG based, which removes all the skill from the game. The game itself has a nice little story, how this 3-year-old kid finds gold and diamonds and now everyone and their mother wants a piece of it. And they even kidnap your parents, so you are gonna be fighting other kids, pirates, Vikings and even Latino gang members. Quite surreal. The goal of each stage is to either damage the enemy enough so their life hits 0, or you knock them into the water, which means insta-death. But be careful, because the same rules applies to you. When shooting, you always want to go at full power, which deals the most damage. Each character has 100 health. And you can also bounce off objects, and it becomes more efficient to aim to drown your enemies instead of shooting them. You also have the option to upgrade your boat to make it bigger and give you more lives. And I guess you can also buy rockets and hand grenades. I didn't really bother with them too much though. Raft Wars 2 is pretty much the same, only difference is that there is a ton of more stages here, and the best mechanic by far is that you can now see the trace of your previous shot, which makes it much easier to know if you went too low or too high. They also introduced a par system, golf system or star system, whatever you want to call it. And it makes it also very clear that this game was on first hand, created for mobile. I'm not a fan that you can't see how many shots you have made on each stage, so that you can't really track how many shots you have left until you miss that par, because you want to know how many shots you have left, so if you need to take more risks or if you can take it slow. Overall, they are pretty good games, but nothing outstanding. Stick figures and flash games are always a treat, and this game is awesome in every single way, as it reminds me of Age of Empires for some reason. You can upgrade your unit, which allows multiple playthroughs, as you can upgrade various stats or abilities on them. And you can do this on every single unit, and all of their skills are unique. And it's also quite balanced, as some units are better against some and worse against others. Though the giants don't really have any weaknesses and they're just cool as hell. And if you spam wizards, you can spam summon these peasant stickmen, which is always fun to watch as you overwhelm the enemy. You also need to gather resources to build your units with your miners, and yes, if you want to, you can play as a miner. Because the biggest thing that makes this game stick out is that you can actually take control of one of your units and move around or fight with them or mine with them at any time. The unit also becomes stronger when you directly control them, and that's a really cool mechanic, as it makes you feel cool as hell charging in with your units. I tended to mass produce Spartans and then throw the spear before charging in with all of my buddies, and it was just epic. The mission structure, it's quite varied, as you need to either defend against an army for X amount of time, or the most common one, which is destroying the enemy base. After you defeat one of the various factions in the story, you also gain access to their main unit, like archers, swordsmen, Spartans, wizards and lastly, giants. Now, I have not played much of the second game, but I have heard it's quite good as it starts to include a story, it's voiced now, there's a better tutorial, and you could even play it online, which was pretty cool for its time. The franchise has changed quite a lot through time, though they are still making new games to this date, though they are mostly for the mobile and you are able to just spam units in those games, you know. It makes it truly look like a war. And what I absolutely love about the sequels is simply this. They have retained their original appearance and art style from the first game, which I respect so much because so many Flash game sequels tends to screw up the art direction in their sequels, but here it's perfect. And it also feels respectful. Alright, let's do some Room games, and racing games were always quite popular as Flash games, as there is a wide variety of them, although most of them tend to be quite simplistic and run similar. Some do stick out, for example how Stunt Dirt Bike, which features either a dirt bike or a ATV, where each have different stats and different controls, and you need to clear levels by going through all of the obstacles, balancing your vehicle. It's quite tricky, but it's also fun. The best aspect though is the simplicity of restarting a new game after dying, because you're going to die a lot. Most of the vehicles handle quite well, and it does not feel like there's a lot of, you know, bullshit in the game that you die from. You are rewarded for your own skills here. But there is another motorbike game that I don't see many people talk about, which is Adrenaline Challenge has one of the most innovative gameplay features in a racing game, which is when you press spacebar, you flip direction, which is cool as hell and allows for much more varied gameplay. And it kind of becomes more of a puzzle game as you need to navigate ramps, flips, loops by switching positions at the last second. Hell, the game even gives you tons of customization options which you get after finding them around the map, so there are also secrets to look for. I'm not sure why this game is never really discussed compared to other racing games. Is it because the game is too difficult? Did it come out at a bad timing? Maybe how the camera is so ridiculously zoomed in that you can barely see what's in front of you. Or maybe it's the most facepalm decision ever to not include restarting the game with one button press. No, instead you need to manually move with the mouse to restart, which is awful because if you take too long to go from your mouse back to your keyboard, you will die. Are you fucking kidding me? Flash games are so much more than just a blip in history. No, a lot of these games actually created some modern game genres, and one of the best examples is Canabalt, which you have probably never heard of, but this game started the eternal run genre like Temple Run and Subway Surfers, as you can well run forever, there is no real goal. The game is stylish as hell, and it kind of reminds me of something like Mirror's Edge because it's so minimal in terms of its colors. There is not much to say about the game though, other than you jump over obstacles and buildings and gaps, that's it. But it still created a whole new genre, and creds to that. Though in hindsight we did get Subway Surfer, so maybe this game was a mistake after all. I'm happy to say that he's still making games, as he co-founded a studio called Fishy, who makes some pretty popular indie games these days, such as Tunic, you might have heard of that one, or Night in the Woods. And those are some big hitters, and it warms my heart to see the legacy of Flash linger on. Ah, Dad and Me. Another heavy hitter Newgrounds classic which helped put the website on the map, and another game which kicked my younger self's ass. You play as this mini Jason Voorhees, who is this super buff kid who goes around kicking other kids' asses for some reason, but it's a classic beat 'em up game which has aged like fine wine with its timeless and amazing art style. Once again, same artist who made the art for Alien Hominid, and just like that game, this game is fairly short, but the beat 'em up mechanics are tight. as you can find new combinations between the heavy and light jabs, and I kinda get why this game did not get a standalone release on console. I mean, it has excellent controls, the art style is amazing, and the gameplay is quite addicting, but it's probably because, well, you beat up kids. And I don't think any publishers would be able to sell this game in the market. Oh yeah, the game also allows me to answer my weird question of how many kids would I be able to beat before going down, and the answer is 23. I don't think I have ever played a game that lives up to its title, but the Imposssible Quiz, it goes beyond that. If this game was created by Satan himself, I would believe it, because god damn, it is so difficult. But I'm not mad about it, because all of the gags, how the answers actually make sense in a twisted, fucked up way. It's a game where the questions both require intellect but also be able to think outside of the box, and in some situations the answers is literally there. There are literally questions where you need to right click to open up your menu so you can safely walk over to the other color, and it's just genius. Or the tongue-in-cheek ones like how elephants are scared of mice, meaning you need to move your mouse cursor away from the screen, and then, and only then, will the elephants move. And lastly, how you need to move the mouse outside of the screen to get to the other side. There are so many creative questions and puzzles in this game. Though I would say overall, the Imposssible Quiz is not much of a game where the smart are rewarded. It's more about repetition, as well as you will know by instinct what correct answers are. So it's a game of memory. You also gain these skip buttons, which you can use to, well, skip a question you don't like. But beware, there are also questions where you can't use your skip, and these are the bomb questions, and these are nasty, and they will explode if you fail, and you will lose all of your lives regardless of how many you have. And you can die if you either answer wrong or if the timer runs out. It's insanity. I think I managed to come up to like question 50 or something, but there are 110 in total, and the creator is just insane for doing this many. And it's just creatively insane, because man, coming up with all of these questions must have taken a long time, and so many break the fourth wall ones. Also, I can't imagine people being able to actually finish this game back when it came out. This is easily one of the hardest Flash games to complete without a guide, and this game is a must play at least once in your life. You need to try it out now. The creators of Stick RPG, XGN Studios, has probably made some of the most famous Flash games in many different genres, as they have made Fishy, Defend the Castle, and MotherLoad. Absolute Sigma grind set, making all of those games. But the game I'm gonna talk about now is probably their most famous and most ambitious title, which is Stick RPG, the GTA of Flash games. It's insane to believe that this game was released in 2003, when most Flash games were still in their infant stages and were often just animations. Like the title says, it's an RPG, as you can assign different stats, strength, intelligence, and luck. Now, ignore all of them except for intelligence, because that's what you need to make it in the Stick world. There is also a lot of stuff you can do in this game, but first of all, go buy some smokes for this kid, and he will give you his skateboard, which makes traveling so much faster. You can also play dart, drink beer, do bar fights, where you can throw fireballs at them. These fights also get progressively harder. You can go to the casino and either play slots, Wheel of Fortune, or blackjack, and honestly, it's quite fun, and I can't believe all of this is in the game. You can also go to the gym and get buff, or you can also go there and study. Now, with all that newfound intelligence, I bought coke. Yeah, that type of coke. And I traveled to different cities to sell it, though I always got robbed. I'm not a good Heisenberg.
What in the hell is this?
You can also get a job in Stick RPG at, oh my god.
Leave me alone!
Well, at least it's only temporary, as I studied and got my diploma in Stickmin Stickmeister cum laude, which landed me a job as a janitor. Yeah, this game is actually quite more realistic than I thought. But in one in-game month, I grinded during the day and studied during the night, as I climbed from janitor to the CEO of the company in 1 month. That's a true Sigma grind set. You are gonna want to put all of your money in the bank and just gain that passive interest over time. And you progress the game by upgrading your home, and then you buy furniture, then a computer, which adds a new mechanic to the game, which is the stock market. And I lost all of my money. I should have invested in Stickman coins. I also noticed that my character becomes wider and wider. I'm not sure why it is. Is it because I'm getting older? Am I not sleeping well? Am I playing the Stickman version of Michael Jackson? You can also choose how many days you wanna play. You wanna play 50 days, 100 days, or do you wanna play unlimited? And I kinda recommend that you play unlimited if you want any chance to finish the game, because the last thing you can pretty much do is to become president. But you need 800 points in all of your stats, and with that I'm done. Fuck that, I am not doing all of that. Unfortunately, Sky Bojas, the creator of Stick RPG, sadly passed away in cardiac arrest in 2015, and may he rest in peace. But it's also nice to know how his works have inspired countless of people, given so much joy and entertainment, and the games will be something that remains forever, and he will be remembered for his contributions. Chaos and Destruction is the name of the game, as few Flash games have ever been able to depict this amount of complete, insane mayhem. You control a giant shark with some of the simplest mechanics ever. A, to shoot people, and then up and down as you dive down underwater, and then you jump up to destroy ships and grab stuff, which is always hilarious as you frantically spam that down button. And I swear, it has been years since my finger got such a workout. They also released Sydney Shark, which is even more crazy. There's more stuff on the screen, a ton more JPEGs invading the screen, even a fucking Steve Irwin reference. And it's also a longer map, which just adds more to the insanity. You have koalas breaking out of airplanes, we take down a freaking UFO with tentacles. I think Sydney Shark is the perfect example of how to do a sequel without really changing the core formula, but it just feels and plays so much better, even when the controls are the exact same. New York Shark probably has the most cultural references, as you take down Spider-Man, King Kong, the Trump jet, you drag down nukes. The shark kills Osama bin Laden. You bring down a fucking meteor and destroy the Earth. So yes, chaos. Now, the creators changed things up a little bit with medieval and prehistoric Shark, as they changed the setting as we are now back in time, but the gameplay, it's still the same-ish. Sure, in medieval you can get a frenzy, which means your weapon will start to spin 100 miles an hour. Also, you can find new weapons in treasure chests, and why does a shark have weapons? So after all of these amazing games, the other games from the guy must also be good, right? Of course, because we got Shark Rodeo. Okay, well, Lifting Shark must be better. Now, there was one last Hail Mary with Los Angeles Shark, and it's like the other ones, chaos, but a weak finish compared to the previous titles. And of course I can't forget the best game from the creator, Donald Trump Pinball. Yeah, I don't know what the creator of these games was smoking. These games are very short. I suggest you play the mainline series, as you will finish all of them in maybe 15 minutes. But those 15 minutes will be glorious, chaotic and fun as hell. Check it out. Don't Look Back is an interesting little game, as it does not excel in its art style. If anything, it's quite basic. But what it has is atmosphere, from the music to the setting and the overall dread, and it played out just like the Greek tragedy called Orpheus and Eurydice. In short, it's about a tragic love story from the Greek mythology about a musician who journeys to the underworld to retrieve his deceased wife. Orpheus, renowned for his musical talent, charmed the gods of the underworld with his lyre and granted the chance to bring Eurydice back to the mortal world. However, there was one condition. He was forbidden from looking back at her until they reached the surface. Orpheus obeys these rules, but the closer he gets to the surface, he starts to hear some sounds behind him. Unable to resist the urge, or perhaps doubting her presence, looks back just before they exit and Eurydice is lost to him forever. And it's a really tragic story. Probably the most example or depiction of these two in recent memory in gaming would be how they are depicted in Hades. Like many other pixel art games, you can move, jump and shoot. The platforming, it's quite well done and you have a lot of control. There are many different enemy types with different behaviors and different weaknesses, and the spawn system after you die is great, so it's okay to die a lot because man I did. After you kill the demon lord, you are reunited with your beloved and you must escape the underworld. When you get back to where it all started, it appears that none of this ever happened. It was just his imagination. So just like the original tragedy, it's a tragic ending. The music makes this game so much more emotional. It's a good little game and shows how timeless and universal certain themes of humanity are. Line Rider. One of the coolest games I ever played back in the day. I played it in elementary school on the school computers. Just having the ability to create anything you wanted, where creativity was the only limiting factor, was awesome. It was a sight to behold, and you could create some really cool maps like loops, tricks, jumping. And since I sucked at making maps, like I literally can only make jumps and loops, I was not really, well, creative when it came to this game. But I used to watch other people's creations on YouTube, and they're still quite popular. And you can still find the old ones that people posted which have such creativity. There are also tons of AMVs, hell some even made Line Rider to music notes. A fun fact though, Line Rider apparently originated on DeviantArt, and I have no idea how. Now, just to give you the scope of how influential and popular this game was, it was so popular that it starred in many McDonald's commercials. Seriously. That tells you just how popular Line Rider was, though today it is quite forgotten, but I'm never going to forget you as long as I live. MotherLoad. Easily one of the most famous Flash games for the better. It could be its own standalone game as it has the perfect gameplay loop. The premise is quite simple but quite deep as well. You are dropped off in a mining vehicle on Mars, where you are contracted to harvest minerals for the company's boss. The most important thing is going to be your fuel tank, as it will drain fast as you move around, and if it reaches zero,
Boom! No more Chinese laundry.
You also have your hull, which is basically your health meter, and if it goes down to zero, you get the deal. So when you start digging, you want to gather these different minerals, which grants you varied amount of money when you turn it in on the surface, depending on the resource, where most rare ones are further down the earth. When you start off, everything is slow as shit. You dig slow, your fuel will empty in seconds and you can barely collect more than 5 minerals. But this is one of the game's best features, as it has a shop where you can upgrade your ride with better drills, motors, fuel capacity, storage capacity and air conditioner. You feel that you are always slowly progressing in this game, which is awesome. Also, when you reach a certain threshold around like 1000 meters down, you gain bonus money from your boss. Oh yeah, and when you start to dig down to a certain point, earthquake will start to occur. And apparently whenever you enter a building, there is a 1 in 20 chance that it will start. And what happens during an earthquake? Well, the game just thought digging straight down would be too easy, so an earthquake essentially resets all your digging paths and restarts it with a random pattern, so yeah. You gotta dig through all of that again. Still, the gameplay loop is addicting. And also the further down you go, you start to get these unsettling and creepy messages. The one big issue I have with the game is, first of all, the only full version is on the main website of the creators XGM Studios. So if you play it on Newgrounds or Flashpoints or any other websites, it's just the trial version and it will stop after around 2000 meters. The other issue is the only way you can save the game is by making an account on their website, and being forced to make an account just so you can save a game, it's frankly a little bit disgusting. Especially in a game that would take you hours upon hours to complete. Now this Flash game probably has one of the best twist endings ever, and I will not spoil it for you. You have to discover it for yourself, but it's worth it. I highly recommend you at least try out the trial version of this game. Oh, this fucking game, man. It got stuck in my head for weeks back in the day. I could not go a day without this theme popping up in my head for some reason, and replaying it now, it's stuck again. Thanks. The gameplay itself, it's nothing complex. C to jump, X to dash, as you need to avoid obstacles, jump over gaps and charge through the stars. And the further you will go to different settings, different animals. They're all robots though, but still, it's pretty cool. But let's be real, the only reason why this game got popular is due to that fucking song Always by Erasure. There was also a heavy metal version of the game, which is the same but with, well, heavy metal.
Including music. Fucking beautiful music, man.
Alright, time for a medieval setting, and this game had a huge impact on gaming because it directly influenced one of the most popular games of all time, Angry Birds. Now, Crush the Castle, it's not the first game to use this concept. The first game was called Castle Clout, which was released on October 4, 2008 by Liam Baumers. As their inspiration, Armor Games requested and received permission from Bowers to use his ideas for the development of Crush the Castle. But the Angry Birds creator clearly took inspiration from Crush the Castle. The gameplay, it's quite addicting. There are tons of maps as you slowly unlock more and different ammo types, such as single projectiles or fragments, and they all work differently, as some are better at destroying more stronger buildings and walls, while others are better at destroying lightly defended units. And you wanna sling as much shit as possible and never let up, as to not let the building set, and therefore increasing the chance of knocking them down. And honestly, the death sound effects, they kinda get me. I love Fishy. Fishy is an interesting game with a super simple gameplay loop. You play as a small fish, and you need to eat smaller fish while avoiding the larger fish. This type of gameplay has been featured many times, but I'm not sure if this was the first type of this game, but it's certainly one of the firsts. You are also more agile when smaller and harder to maneuver when you get bigger, which makes the gameplay more varying. But man, some of these fishes swim gigafast, and if you get trapped, you're dead. You know, I've talked a lot about the music loop and Flash games, and man, it's really good here. It's so calming and it just makes you feel good somehow. So you might be asking, well, Svictor, what happens when you become the biggest fish in a lake and nothing can kill you? you eat everything. And just look at this monstrosity. The ending screen is you have literally destroyed the whole ecosystem. I love this game so much. I'm a sucker for these types of games as they really make you think and look over anything that looks a little bit different, but this game takes it to the next level because it gets hard quick. It's a rail shooter-ish game where you have two screens, one showing you how it should look like and the other one has a small or huge differences that you need to shoot with your pistol. And these are sometimes hard as hell, mainly due to the speed of how fast the screen is moving, and you only have a limited amount of shots, which means you can only afford to waste a few of them. And each stage requires you to have a certain amount of hits to the targets, which becomes super hard in the later stages as you need to hit the majority of all the targets. The speed of some of these maps are insane, and if you miss one, you're going to lose all your tempo and you will miss the rest because, yeah, that's what happens. Yeah, sure, it's crudely drawn, but it's still kinda innocent and it has this early internet charm to it. The stages where there's only one small difference and you have only one shot in your gun are the hardest one by far. I lost so many lives there because there are so many items and the change can be so minuscule. I also like how the game starts off with these cutesy parks, skies and resorts which turns into fast food restaurants, dojos, beach parties, underwater submarine, and the last stage is literally Earth. Yeah, Earth. And my god, this one is a pain in the ass because, man, trying to find all the differences here, it's pretty hard. All in all, it's a really fun game with some kick-ass music and visuals. I highly recommend it. I love penguins, and Learn to Fly has such charm with its animation art style and even its so-called story. It was created by the Lightbringer? Huh, I did not know Linkara was also making games. There were many endless flying runner games out there, and Learn to Fly was quite different as it was easily one of the best, but it actually had different goals such as reach the iceberg and then you are done. The games are quite perfect as even the worst person at these types of games will eventually complete them as you just need to grind the money to fully upgrade the glider. And like many of the games, you start off as well, shit. You can barely fly, the ramp is a joke, but the more you play, the more money you get, which you can upgrade the ramp, your penguin skills and to buy a better glider. You can also buy a boost which helps you get further distances, and it takes a little bit more skill, as you can angle your glider up and down which gives you momentum and height. And the key is balancing this dynamic. As mentioned, the story is pretty much that this penguin is being trolled online that penguins can't fly, and he wants to set the record straight and is going to show them that penguins can indeed fly. There are also mini achievements for you to complete, which grants you money, and these can be reach a certain height, length, etc. But there is one secret objective at the end, which is to reach 10k, which will give you the true ending of the game. It's a really cute game, it's short and sweet. The sequel, Learn to Fly 2, improves the game in so many different ways as you now have different build paths like a glider or a balloon. You can also buy a sled or a sled with a spring on it. You can also buy a penguin-looking sack full with stuff to add weight to it. The game also introduced medals, which are just achievements. They give you black market points which you can spend at, well, the black market, which is really cool as you can unlock stuff there which will make you go further. You can also buy new music tracks, a video player so you can watch the cutscenes again. Okay, that one is a bit weird, but the best one by far is the secret project blueprints, which unlocks the best stuff in the game, which is super expensive, but they are so damn overpowered. But man, if you ever get all of it, the game will be a cakewalk. This new system is just super fun as it encourages the player to play the game differently to get these medals instead of just doing the same thing all over again. You also have new objectives such as destroying obstacles in your way, which increases your cash out each round, and the last hindrance is the huge iceberg that you want to take revenge on for, well, crushing you in the first game. And you destroy it, and once again you are targeted by a troll and a little bit of a sequel tease. For some reason, the Flashpoint version of the game lags worse than Cyberpunk's PS4 launch. So just try to find it on another platform. The last game in the series, Learn to Fly Free, has so much more content than ever before, as you have many different options to buy from. And not only can you buy a new glider, launcher, etc, you can also upgrade each and every one of them, which is cool as hell, and it makes progression feel much better instead of just a grind. Now the game runs like ass pretty much everywhere except for Flashpoint. However, after updating it, I can't really access this game. But it's not just Flashpoint, it also lagged for me on Steam, and I have no idea why. Maybe it's just that the game is not compatible for new computers, beats me. But in this game, our penguin man has come a long way and is now the leading scientist at NASA in Antarctica. And their new goal is to reach the moon, after he once again is getting trolled. The game offers up tons of more customization options where you have to balance the weight with the amount of stuff you put on your rocket. And this time around you're just going up towards space, so you don't need to drive into stuff, etc. And instead of gliders you have a main body and launcher, which again you can upgrade but also buy tons of different variations, and some of them even have cool animations like a roulette wheel. Or my favorite, when you get a nuclear reactor. And there is always a new animation each time to launch it, it's just so lovely. You can also buy boosters that assist in gaining more height and speed, but this game is super aggressive with microtransactions, and it's paid to win. But the base game is good enough and you are not forced to buy stuff for real money, but still, I'm not a fan of it because it's a little bit too aggressive. I would probably say that the second game in the series is the best one by far, as it has the best balance between the first and third game. Upgrade. One of the weirdest but also most unique Flash games I have ever played, as everything in it is tied to the actual game, and what I mean by that is the menu, the music, hell even the visuals are part of the actual game, as you need to upgrade everything.
He said it!
When it comes to Flash games, they are either stylistic, creative, or they have a great gameplay loop, and seldom does a game inhabit all three of these. Now I'm not saying this game is that. but what it is creative as hell because you upgrade everything. The menu buttons in terms of its quality, and you can even upgrade the in-game graphics, which is cool as hell as there are 4 styles in total, which gets better and better. The greatest part is that you can also design your own ship in any way and form you want. If you wanna buy 10 guns, go for it. Only missiles? Sure. Or maybe a super fast ship that can maneuver fast? Go for it. The possibilities here are endless, and it's amazing. However, the only issue I have with this game, and it's quite a big one, the creativity of this game is out of this world, but the gameplay, well, it's some of the most basic stuff out there, and it's just enemies slowly coming down from the sky and you need to go from side to side killing them and picking up the money from start to finish. There is no variety here. It's gonna take you maybe 20 minutes tops to finish the game. And the variety does not really change much. Sure, more enemies on the screen and maybe they are more tanky, but with infinite lives and only 20 waves of the game, it's far too easy and simplistic in terms of its gameplay and stages. If this game would have spiced up the gameplay, made it longer, more enemies, different types, then this game could have been a masterpiece. But it's still a fun, unique game. Now, one of the first Flash games and the game which is classified by many as the first Flash game, and funnily enough, it's probably the most controversial game on this list, which is Pico's Classroom. This game came out in 1999 and it's seen as one of the first Flash games, or at least the one that became popular, or in this case notorious. The creator Tom Fulp was also and is still the creator of Newgrounds, and this game was created to drive traffic to the website, and he himself would call it, "I made this game in 1999 before I grew out of my edgy teen phase." So yeah, this game is exactly that. It takes place in a school where the goth kids, who are also Satanists, have killed pretty much everyone in the school. So yeah, it's about a school shooting, and you play as Pico, who has to save the school and kill the goth kids. And it's also a puzzle-ish game, as you need certain items to progress. There are also some choices you can make throughout the game. There are also a few boss fights, and many of them are hard as nails, and the less I talk about the boss fights in this game, the better. Pico also became the first Newgrounds mascot, until being replaced by Tankman, but there is still Pico Day, where people make animations, games and art of Pico. There are also tons of cash prizes for the best submissions. It's amazing what you can find here, because the first Pico Day was in 2006, where Tom Fulp put out tons of cash prizes for the best animations and games of Pico to celebrate the character. One of the winners, funnily enough, was Jazza, who has become a huge YouTuber in the art community with over 6 million subs, and his song became the Pico anthem song. It's just so amazing to track many people's careers and how many of them started on Newgrounds.
This is Pico Day. Join with us as we celebrate. This is Pico Day, and it's all about me.
There are also some people who took things even further, as they created a Pico dating game. Yeah, you have 75 days to get together with Nene, or your future son will cease to exist. Yeah, it's weird, but still, for being a fan-made game, it's quite alright. Some even remastered the original game for Pico Day. But what people did the most was create animated clips of Pico where they maybe had him as grown up or just slightly older, and there was so much lore being added to these characters and this universe. There's even one where he's in therapy, and man, the animation did not need to go this hard. It's quite interesting as there's never really been anything like this before, when one day each year tons of people create all of this beautiful stuff to celebrate something, at least not to this extent. All in all, Pico is by definition one of the most famous characters of Flash games. Miniclip, Newgrounds, Armor Games, Congregate, Addicting Games, Cool Math Games, Crazy Monkey Games. These were some of the household names when it came to the websites that most people visited to play Flash games. And again, remember, YouTube was not created until 2006 and it started to become mainstream around 2007 to 2008. And instead, when you wanted to watch animations, you would use a unique website as there was no real centralized video platform distributor to host videos. And the most popular one was of course Newgrounds, and I wanna talk about this website in particular. When Flash became its own programming language in 2000, it was also the same year where users were able to upload their games on Newgrounds and they would be published immediately. Newgrounds revolutionized Flash in terms of allowing anyone to publish their games on their website without a studio or publisher. And as mentioned, anything was allowed, and many people at this time just made stuff for fun or wanted to impress their peers. It was not just to make money, because there was really not that much money at the start. Of course, Newgrounds was not an overnight success, and it was actually close to shutting down in 2001 as the internet bubble burst, where many major entertainment sites disappeared. It got so bad financially that Newgrounds were desperate enough to include adult ads to cover their expenses, and this did not really help the already awful public perception of the website due to having so much edgy content on it. What made Newgrounds stand out from many other host websites was the community. The website was built around the community creating new content and posting it on their website, but it also became a message board where people would comment, rate other people's videos and games, and it was the first website to actually have a rating system. And there was often quite a lot of constructive feedback to these types of works in the comments. Newgrounds would also introduce contests with cash prizes as the best game, animation, where each winner and the runner-ups would be paid money. There were also certain unique days, such as Pico Day or Madness Day, where people would celebrate these IPs with fan art, movies and games in tribute. There was no other Flash website that came close to creating such a massive and loving community like Newgrounds, and seeing the amount of artists, animators and game creators today who started their careers on Newgrounds and not some other website is staggering. Seriously, everyone who has any name started on Newgrounds. What I found really interesting when it came to the Flash game portals was how we had the ones like Newgrounds, Congregate, etc. But what about non-English speaking countries? Well, most countries started to create their own native Flash portals. For example, here in Sweden, the biggest Flash portal was Jesper, where I would spend a ton of time finding new games and animations, because on Newgrounds, well, I didn't really know English that well, so it was much easier to find games and animations in my own native language. And the numbers don't lie about the popularity of just this one local website where many Flash games had multiple millions of plays. The website is still active to this day, but I'm unsure how many people actually still use it. And I guess I should go on to a sad note, as many of these portals and host websites are long gone. And the most tragic one is probably Miniclip. Like, how could such a legendary website who created tons of in-house games such as the Commando and Bush series turn into this? Yeah, they got pool, or snooker, whatever you wanna call it, whoopee. It's tragic. Just compare the old website to the new website. God damn, I hate the modern website designs. It's so corporate, like, there's no fun here, it's just sleek and it's there's nothing that stands out. Man, just look at the old one, there's so much color, there's so much thing happening on the screen. It's like, oh, look here, but the newer one is just, I'm corporate now. I've grown up. It's so boring. On a positive note though, Newgrounds is still active, as many legendary creators are still frequently visiting and uploading their content there. The community is overall really strong. There are still contests where money is being involved, the Pico and Madness Day are still a thing, and lastly, it's completely community funded, and hopefully Newgrounds will remain as a staple of the past, but also the potential and usefulness it has today and in the future. Alright, back to some games. Let's get into some spooky mode and talk about some horror games. And boy, there are a few of them. There are many bad ones, but some do shine through. And one of the more famous ones, or infamous ones if you want to call it that, is The Visitor. Mostly popular due to its graphic scenes. Alright, it's due to its really graphic scenes, but it also helped a ton that many YouTubers play the game. This is also the same creator who made A Small Favor, which I will talk a little bit more about later, and we will see some similarities between the games. So the game is a point and click game. You play as an alien bug of some kind, but you start out so small and vulnerable to pretty much everything, so you need to kill and consume beings to become bigger and more dangerous, where you start off as a larvae, you kill frogs, cats, spiders, and these animations are graphic. Now, after you become bigger, you can even start to hunt humans. Some of the puzzles, they're quite tricky as you need to do them in certain sequences, and it might leave you scratching your head for a bit, but watching the animations is just so enjoyable, and they look so awesome for something being made in 2008. And as I mentioned, it's really graphic, and if you like animals, this game is probably not for you. The ending is really cool, because you play as the last human in the house trying to survive the alien, where you need to figure out the best way to kill it, and if you do it in the wrong sequence, this happens. You would think that using the hair fan to electrocute it would work, but nope. The only good ending is this. There is also a sequel to the game, but honestly, it's pretty much the same game with just some slight variations. It's a bit more gory, but other than that, it's pretty much the same. It also gives you some more choices at the end as how you want to kill your last victim. But again, it's just a first game. Overall, it's a fun but very short series, and it's one of those games that push what was allowed to be made, so yeah, you should probably play it just for the edginess. Alright, now, I'm about to geek out a bit in this section because let's talk about one of the most popular Flash games out there, which is the Last Stand series. It's probably my favorite Flash game series. I only played the first two when I was younger, but replaying them now and the third game for the first time, they still hold up so incredibly well, and I would even say that the third game is best out of the bunch. But let's not rush there yet. Let's start with the first game. And what's so interesting is that this series started before the zombie genre became mainstream and super popular. The game came out in 2007, while The Walking Dead, which popularized the medium, came out in 2010. And there's just something about zombie games being the best type of monster games. There's no other monster that you can kill with only a headshot or in these different ways, or you need to take out the brain, etc. It's how they also infect each other and how zombies become more dangerous the more there are of them. No other monster comes even close to the popularity of zombies when it comes to games, at least. I do remember back in the day when I played this game that the FPS was quite awful, which makes sense since the computers kinda sucked back in the day. We follow a survivor called Jack, when all of a sudden the zombie apocalypse breaks out, and the game's about defending your base, where you're free to move around within the perimeters of the base, where you need to kill zombies by pointing with your mouse and shooting them. You can equip and swap between two weapons anytime you want. And between each night you manage your resources where you have 12 points in total, and now it comes down to what you want to do with those points. Do you want to repair the barrier where each point repairs 5 life, search for weapons or survivors? You can have up to 6 survivors in total, and you can lose some of them if you go out and look for weapons. So there's always a risk in doing it. There is a ton of weapons to find and choose from. You start with a shitty gun, but you can later on have SMGs, snipers, AK-47s, and the most important weapon against zombies? The chainsaw. There are also many different enemy types. There are slow-walking normal zombies, overweight zombies that take more bullets to kill, and running versions of these two. There are also dogs who are super fast but fragile. The hardest enemies are the FBI and military zombies who either have bulletproof vests or helmets, and you have to aim for their heads or legs to take them down faster. The goal is to survive for 20 days until the military can come and extract you. Each night becomes progressively harder as more zombies and more difficult ones appear. The sound design is great here, where every hit on the zombies feel like they have weight behind them. The zombie sound can become a bit repetitive towards the later levels, but what's cool is that if your barrier drops to a certain amount of health, your survivor buddies will start to run away, leaving you alone because, hey, it's called the last stand for a reason, meaning you will always be the last one standing when the last defense falls. You can also tell how many more enemies are coming since they only attack during the night, and you can see the day and night cycle in the background, which is a pretty neat detail. The game is fairly short and easy. It also features a autosave system where if you die on a night, you can retry the same night, at least on the Steam version. Personally, I think it makes the game a little bit too easy compared to how it was during the Newgrounds days, where if you died, restart the whole game. But unfortunately, there is not that much replayability, and for many it's just nostalgia, but it did create some good bones for the next games to build upon. A really good trivia though is that this game actually inspired the COD zombie mode. Oh, that's right, you can clearly see the inspiration of defending against waves of zombies during the night, where you have a barricade that you can set up and repair. It's really cool knowing that without this game, there might not have been a zombie mode for COD. The Last Stand 2 pretty much improves on every aspect of its predecessor, where instead of defending the same location, you now travel to several different locations. Each location has a certain amount of supplies needed and days to travel to them. Each location also have a citizen amount where the higher the population, the more stuff can be found, but also more zombies, so it's a choice between high risk and high reward or low risk, low reward. The game is much harder, where enemies are more aggressive than ever and in greater numbers, and they will run at you super fast. And the worst possible situation is when those runners have weapons, which means if they reach the wall, they can kill one of your allies, and that sucks balls. And speaking of allies, you can now only have up to 4 of them, which kinda sucks, but one of the coolest aspects is that now you can customize your companion's weapons. Well, some weapons at least. You can't give them a bow or a chainsaw or anything, but regardless, it gives you more options. The goal is to reach Union City before 30 days for evacuation. If you take too much time, the city will be bombed, so there is a good and bad ending. Compared to the first game now, you can manually decide what to loot. There are cool aspects and bad aspects. The great thing is it adds replayability between each level as you decide on a map where your resources go. You have 10 points to use between each level where you mark buildings you wanna scavenge, and the buildings with symbols means higher chance of finding what the symbol there means. The bad stuff is that you can get super unlucky, be it with loot or finding survivors. You might not find shit. Fortunately, I found the 2 coolest weapons in the game, and I believe you can only get these 2 at the military base, the RPG and the MG. These 2 weapons are cool as hell to play with, but it's just quite unfortunate that you can only get them so close to the end, because the military base is right next to Union City. The Last Stand Free Union City is superb. I have talked about the curse of many Flash game sequels that goes in a completely different art direction and completely loses its identity. Well, Union City did some huge changes and it worked out perfectly. Instead of playing another Defend the Castle-ish game, it's now a side-scroller RPG which is fantastic. Now, when I first played Union City, I wasn't that impressed. I thought it was actually pretty bad changing this formula, but after playing it for 30 minutes, I was hooked. It's amazing to compare Union City to the last two games in terms of its gameplay and graphics, but it still has the same type of art style. The zombies have the same appearance as in previous games, which is great. The game adds more RPG elements as there are many different playable classes that gives different stats, and these stats are all essential depending on what you want for your playstyle. There are also different play modes, the easy and normal mode, which does not require sleep or food, where food actually gives you health and less hunger. The hard mode though becomes a more realistic mod where you need to check your hunger and sleep. Otherwise they will give you negative debuffs such as worse aim, lesser brain function or strength. There is also a only headshots mode where, as the title says, you can only kill zombies with headshots, which makes the game so much more difficult, but also really fun and of course realistic. There are two different builds you can go for, melee or range combat. There are blunt and sharp weapons. The picklocking system is actually quite interesting where you need to apply a certain amount of pressure to open each pin. I really like this lockpicking mechanic compared to the overused Skyrim one, which every fucking game has nowadays. You can also have one companion with you at all times, and I believe you can choose between 2 of them in total only, so not much diversity there. You can trade weapons with them, giving them a good firearm or melee weapon. However, they can also permanently die. If they take enough damage, they will be downed, and if they lose too much health while downed, they will permanently die, so keep an eye out for that. Now, there are also random events that occur when you enter a new zone or room. And man, it's one of the scariest things to ever happen in this game, because when this sound comes on, either zombies will charge you from one side of the screen, or they will literally fall down from the upper floor, and it's more or less a horde of zombies, and these can be quite overwhelming, especially if they fall upon you or your companion. It also has a pretty decent story about a man who is looking for his wife. Yeah, we don't play as Jack from the first 2 games this time around. And if you decide to play as a woman, you are looking for your husband, and I think that's pretty neat. The atmosphere of this game is just amazing. You can feel the dread, sorrow and overall apocalyptic feeling that humanity is actually doomed. The game manages to get this right. Overall, it's a must-play game at least once. I know I rambled on a lot about this game series, but man, it's probably the best trilogy by far out of all Flash games. And how these games were free when released was insane. Their legacy is wide, and the creator of the games, Chris Condon, or Con Artists, is still making new games to this day. And they are more or less zombie games in the same universe, but if I'm being honest, I can't really say I'm a huge fan of the new mobile game style and aesthetics of the games. And I think they kinda lost the soul that made the OG trilogy so great, but if you wanna give them a shot, go ahead. Otherwise, you should buy the trilogy on Steam, it's dirt cheap. Alright, time for some murder, because this game is all about, well, murdering people, where you first need to murder the king by charging your attack slowly, but watch out and don't get caught. When you manage to kill the king, you become the king, and you need to catch people trying to murder you, or maybe you think they are trying to murder you, but you're wrong. So the first time I caught every single person going behind me, but there is a timer above your head which shows the age of the king slowly filling up, and by the end... So that's not really a good ending. You can't kill everyone, so instead you gotta take chances to get different endings, though I love this ending the most. Overall, neat little game, not that much replayability, but it's fun, 5 to 10 minutes maybe. Okay, I'm gonna say something controversial here. I never really understood why Fancy Pants Adventure became so popular. But after having played it, the controls are some of the smoothest I've ever played with in terms of Flash games. The jumping feels serene and the music is calming. And the art style has such a simplistic but deep style to it. It feels as if you always have total control over your character. The first game does not have many mechanics, as it's run left or right, a jump button and a down button where you can turn into a ball when going down steep hills. The enemy variation is... it's okay. There are these spiders, mice with guns, okay. At least we get a cool penguin moose fight at the end. Regardless, it's a very fun platformer, great soundtrack, and I can see why people really like this series after having played it. The sequels, they add some additional mechanics, and I believe that the franchise is still going strong today with new updates. The first game was popular enough to become its own thing, and it was also on the Xbox Live Arcade, which is insane for a Flash game. Alright, first of all, I have no idea how to mix drinks, and I killed the bartender with a glass of orange juice and ice. How? Seeing these different animations, especially if you suck at this game, is a riot. The game is fairly advanced as you need to measure how much you pour from each bottle and you need to mix it perfectly. Just don't shake it for too long. It's a fun time waster where you can either try your best and give him something good, or just straight up make something disgusting and make him die. Either way, it's entertaining. My only gripe with the game is that it has no tutorial whatsoever. It would have been nice to maybe have a drink list for you to choose from and read, or at least learn how to mix them properly. Regardless, fun for a little while, and if you find a perfect recipe for the bartender, he would sure love it. This game holds a special place in my heart, as this was the first Flash game I ever played. And it's a game that my dad showed and played with me. Hell, it might have been one of the first games I ever played on a home computer, and I did not even know it was a Flash game. The goal is simple: hit the penguin and make it go as far as possible. Simple concept, which works, and you know what they say, you never forget your first, and I will never forget this game. And I'm asking all of you, what was the first Flash game you ever played, and let me know down below. Alright, time to be a little bit edgy. The race series is quite a blast to play, as it categorizes itself as a movie, but nowadays it would probably be defined as a game. The race series is clearly inspired by South Park. I mean, have you looked at the characters? The violence and the story were also inspired by GTA, and you get an interesting adventure as you play as Ray, who is a psychopath. Yeah, there is no denying that this guy is a monster. So throughout the game you will have many different choices where you can choose your approach to different situations. And seeing how many of these situations there is a lot of choices throughout the game, and it adds to its replayability. The game is edgy as hell though, you know, peak 2000 edgy, I mean. Just listen to this voice acting.
How about giving us the keys to your car? Holy shit!
You will notice that you get points in each scene, and the more points you get, the higher of a score you get by the end, as all the points tally up and you get some hilarious post-credit messages. But it's in Ray 2 that the game actually started to feel more like a real game, as you get more choices, there is a world map, and you also have money which you can spend on different weapons, which will create different paths later down the line. And there are even gameplay sections this time around, although some of them are pretty lame and also confusing. And I swear they also bug out sometimes, where you won't be able to reload or do any damage to your enemies. It's quite a solid sequel with better story, more options, and it feels like a proper choose your own adventure compared to its previous installments. Now, Ray 3 had an introduction chapter, or rather a demo, I mean it was pretty much a movie, which was supposed to build hype over the year, but years went by and still nothing. Ray 3 never came out, and just look at what it promised to include. Over 60 minutes of playtime, customizable weapons and clothes, free roaming city with different jobs, more choices than ever, better graphics, animation, so what happened here? Well, the creator of the game came out and he has spoken about this, as quote, "It was in 2010 or so when I started getting into web design and development. At this point in my life I had 2 kids, bills to pay, a new job and skill set that demanded a lot of attention. As these things took up the bulk of my time, Ray was put on hold for a while. It was a far cry from the days of the first few Ray games where I had no obligations and all the time in the world." And he also describes Ray as, well, he's a little bit embarrassed about it. "It was scene after scene of violence, loosely tied together with a weak story that barely evolved over time, and nothing really made sense. Ray had no ambitions or personality, and the people in the world really only ever had one single purpose. Not only that, when I created those first games I wasn't in the best mindset. As an angry 17-year-old, creating those movies was a nice outlet." So unfortunately, Ray 3 just kinda became lost media, but he did create a new game called Rapella Fella, which came out in 2023, and it's out on Steam as it does have some decent reviews or so. I might try it out in the future. You can also find an upcoming Ray game with an entirely new art style and graphics, but it has no release date yet. But also, what's the point here? It looks nothing like the original game, which gave it so much charm, even if it was edgy as hell. I understand that he wanted to change the art style and be a bit more serious, but the Ray series, as mentioned, it's supposed to be edgy. The characters are shallow with no substance, but honestly, not every game needs a well-made story or to be serious. Sometimes games are just better when it's mindless violence. And I also think it's a little bit ridiculous because he does not seem to understand why the Ray series got popular in the first place. It was because of this violence and edginess. And I think it's just a bit sad that the creator decided to leave the series, but I get it, real life happened. The spark faded, but who knows, maybe we'll get a real Ray game in the future. In sheer numbers of popularity, there is not a single Flash game that holds a candle to Happy Wheels. I remember playing it when it came out, but I did not think much about it, but the popularity was insane, and it became even more popular as many prominent Let's Play YouTubers started playing the game. It was so popular that it even got an animated TV show that's on YouTube. The fuck? But no one watched it, by the way. It looked like complete ass. Also, who even asked for a TV show about Happy Wheels? What the hell could it even be about? you can clearly see that here in 2025 the game is not as popular, as the most popular map for the month only has around 20,000 plays, which is abysmal compared to the glory days of millions upon millions of plays. You can clearly see that the game peaked in players between 2010 and 2012, so right at the tail end of the Let's Play YouTuber craze started, as PewDiePie started his series in February of 2012. I do think that Happy Wheels was the perfect storm, a perfectly made level editor where anyone could make their own maps. It was community driven, the character physics were amazing, and it felt a bit like QWOP in terms of the ragdoll and movements. It was gory as hell, but also the ragdoll physics made it hilarious at the same time, which is so damn hard to get right. The game also had a great system which made it easy to share your maps, an absolute poggers of a rating system which made bad maps go away and the better ones became front page. And hell, some fan maps even became part of the demo main maps. The editor was so great and it showed just how creative people could be. Oh, you need to escape this giant farmer truck which is chasing you? Or how about a haunted mansion where spooky stuff happens? Going back in time, if you could dream it, you can make it in this game, and it's easily the greatest Flash game in terms of its community. Yeah, I had a hard time with these games to even define them, because honestly, how do you define this series, or what do you even call it? I suppose I would call it the Blue Elephant series, especially free games. This is the only level, Achivement Unlocked and Elephant Quest, and they all play super different. Achivement Unlocked is, well, a meta-ish game where your goal is to unlock as many achievements as you can, and this differs widely if it's just walk to the right to get 5 corpses into the pits, or just walk to the right, left, and then you get achievement unlocks. But it's all about going crazy here, and it's fun for what it is, and seeing your screen explode with achievements unlocked, sure. The other title, This is the Only Level, is every trick in a programmer's handbook and how to fuck with the player, where the goal is simple: hit the big red button and escape through the pipe. Simple, right? This game will mess with you on every level, because each time you finish a level, it will reset with different rules, such as inverted controls, having to spam left and right buttons to get to the other side, you only get one jump, hard wins from one direction, and so much more. It does get a little bit repetitive, but again, it's very creative, it's very fun. Highly recommend. The third game, Elephant Quests, is something new and interesting that I have not seen much in the adventure genre, and knowing the creator, I knew he was taking a piss out of it, with every quest being parodies or just ridiculous requests. You move the same as in the other games, but you actually have a Gatling gun now to kill enemies, which grants experience, and they have their own health bars now. It's entertaining to level up, as you have this huge grid of skills that gives different points, and with these points you can level up, as each time you invest 25 points into a skill, you upgrade it. And these are all fun as hell, as you can get mini elephants to help you out in combat, higher jumps, regenerating health, better aim, etc. And the best one is to make your elephant more cute. I think out of all 3 of these games, Elephant Quest is probably my favorite. If I would only be allowed to name one game that encapsulated Newgrounds and its whole community, I would say Riddle School. Riddle School released in 2006, and it started off as a cheap knockoff or tribute to Pico School, as the school is literally the same. Layout, puzzles, everything. It was also inspired by Manus Combat, as the characters were initially supposed to have this X on their faces, but the creator added some eyes and we got this instead. Also, Riddle School is not edgy like those 2 games, but it's more wholesome, as your goal is to escape the school because our main character, Phil, is bored. You need to collect different items and then use them appropriately. But now there are not many puzzles in the first 3 games, but it does set up different characters, such as Smiley, who is always smiling and loves school, Zack, who is always freezing for some reason, and Fred, with a he, who is Phil's best friend. The first game takes place in elementary school where through various tasks and puzzles you need to get into the principal's office and steal the key to the door to escape the school. Now the second and third game are pretty much the same as the first game, but each new installment got bigger, more ambitious, and you could see the huge leaps in terms of visuals and user interface each time. The third game even started to include cutscenes even for small mundane tasks. The first 4 games also takes place during different times, as all the characters grow between each game, where it started in elementary school and now they are in college. Now according to the creator, John Crome, Riddle School was not immensely popular from the start. According to him, the series started to gain traction several months after Riddle School 3 was released, and people started to anxiously wait, but also ask John Crome daily for another sequel to the series, and well, John Crome has a certain bad habit of he lacks motivation, and if he does not have it, it's not gonna happen, and there is a reason as to why there was a 2-year gap between the third and fourth game. He had simply lost his motivation to make it. Now thinking, well, a 2-year gap makes sense, many indie games have many years in between release dates. Well, the thing is, when you look at the funny trivia in each of his games, you can see that the dev time for most of the games, at least the first 3, took him maybe 2 to 3 weeks to make. Yeah, when I said making Flash games was fast and easy, I meant it. Still, imagine being John Crome and people ask you daily for the next release. You would become even more reluctant to release it if you don't want to release it in the first place. But he finally regained that motivation and started development on Riddle School 4, which was going to be the biggest one yet. Hype was building up, and when the game finally released, the reception was, let's just say people were overjoyed for about 5 seconds. Because this is what happens after 5 seconds in the game. And there are no other choices. Anything you do triggers this cutscene. Now people were either confused, angry, or laughing their asses off because what the fuck was this? Was this an insult towards the fans, or was it just a troll move, or had he gone insane? Well, if you look at the date it was released on, it makes much more sense because, you guessed it, it was released on April Fools. This legend of a mad lad made a whole spoof game with the Riddle School 4 name, by the way. There is no other game with this name. Yeah, the title is ironclad. It was just for a shitpost. What a true Newgrounds legend. Now Riddle School 5 was released the day after, where the setting is now more serious with a more ambitious plotline as you have been kidnapped by aliens. Alright, I take it back what I said about ambitious. You need to save your friends and escape the ship, as their plan is to use Zack's ability to always freeze to freeze the whole Earth. Now this game became much harder as there are more advanced puzzles, and some of them are quite difficult, like the puzzle where you need a stake, a tray, and you also need to fill it with earth, which is not that easy to understand, to make it come alive by transferring the life from a plant to the stake. My main complaint is that by Riddle School 5, many of the puzzles started to rely heavily on grid puzzles where you need to find the specific patterns and sequences, and you know, the creativity felt a little bit lacking. And these are frankly annoying due to the fact that they are repeated so many times from now on, and they are honestly quite lazy, if I'm being honest. Well, this was the last game in the Riddle School series. Well, not really, because a new series called Riddle Transfer was created and now you need to escape Area 51. Alright, do we seriously need to escape in every single game now? Riddle Transfer is great though, where you need to bribe these legendary creatures to help you, and it's really fun. I don't think any puzzles in this game are too hard or too complex to understand. I think it has a great balance compared to the previous game. Now the game ends on a cliffhanger and the next game would come out, which would be the ultimate final to the whole series, and well, like so many times before, John Crome promised a sequel. The fans were left waiting because he had once again lost that spark. And all of his motivation was gone. And people had to wait 5 whole years for the next and final installment to the saga. And I gotta say, he knocked it out of the park. Oh yeah, and fun thing. Guess how long it took him to make Riddle School 2? Oh, did it take him months maybe? No, it took him around 2 weeks. A 5-year break and the game could be done in 2 weeks. I don't know if I should be furious or impressed with him. The game ends with a very beautiful picture book showing all of the gang growing up, and honestly, it's the perfect ending. And I can imagine that many Riddle School fans who had grown up with this series cried during this sequence. After ending the series with Riddle Transfer 2, John Crome decided that he was done. And I mean with everything. No, not that everything. I mean he wanted to leave new grounds. So there were no more games, art or videos or comments, anything. No more of that. He just wanted to become a lurker. He felt that he had done his part. He had given both himself, his colleagues and fans the finished chapter to the series, and he felt that he could move on. And honestly, I respect that. He could have easily made more games and released them on Steam to make money, but no, he put them on Newgrounds for free for everyone to enjoy. I think both the creator and the game inhabits the soul of Flash games, but also the soul of the old internet, and I think I speak for many when I say thank you John Crome for everything you have done. Oh wait, well I actually found out that he has still been making games. For example, he has made the One Night at Flumpty's series, which is a series of parody games of Five Nights at Freddy's, and I hear they are quite well received. He also still uploads music, animations and whatnot to his YouTube channel, and it's gonna be interesting to see what he will come up with next. I just find it amazing that this person was so inspired by Flash games and managed to create one of the best Flash series out there, and he will forever be remembered for it. You have to play through the whole Riddle School series. I guarantee you will not regret it.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Now, I love economics. I just find it interesting how things actually work behind the scenes, and I was quite bewildered as to how economics around Flash games worked. And it's actually really unique compared to anything I have ever read about, and it's actually a quite interesting subject. There were 3 main types of income and revenue when it came to Flash games. For creators, let's start with the most basic and obvious one, being ads. And it worked fairly similar to how ads on YouTube and Twitch works today. 1000 clicks on a game nets you X amount of money. But it was a bit more complicated when it came to Flash games. You see, there were 2 types of ads when you started a Flash game. There was the in-game ads, which was usually shown when the game was loading, and then there was the around the border ads on the sides of the screen, you know the ones, which took up like half the screen and you have won a new iPhone, etc. This was the ad money from Google AdSense. Yeah, that's right, the same system that YouTubers use today. Kongregate and Newgrounds were the 2 platforms that offered to share the ad revenue with their developers, which was a great deal between them. The other revenue source came from sponsors. Now, who were the sponsors?
Hello, I'm Angry Joe, and this is my review of Halo 4.
Not that type of sponsors. You know, each time you boot up a Flash game and you get an Armor Games, Newgrounds or Congregate ad, and when you clicked on it you were redirected to their website? Yeah, those were the sponsors. The process worked something like this. Indie devs would either directly contact these types of websites and portals and negotiate in private about a deal, or they would use a middleman like Flash Games License, which helped developers put up their games for auction, where the sponsored would bid on games and the highest bid would win the sponsorship of said game. So it's kinda how games from smaller studios are pitched to publishers in today's gaming world. The difference is that Flash games had an open marketplace where the terms of the deal were transparent. Devs could make a game in a matter of days or weeks and put it out there and maybe get paid for it. The dev cycle for Flash games were incredibly short compared to the current indie dev cycle. But you might be wondering, how the hell can so many Flash games be on so many different websites if they are sponsored by different websites? Why would Armor Games want their games to be on other websites? Well, it was actually quite impossible to have your games exclusively on your website, and for the websites they had pretty much three options when it came to approaching the developers of these games. 1. You either offer them a sponsorship or a license fee for their game. 2. You kindly ask them if they can put your game on their websites. Or 3. You steal it. Now the most common method was stealing. It was stealing. Yeah, this became a huge issue for Flash game creators in the early days, as their games could be stolen in a matter of minutes. When first uploaded on a Flash portal, one creator says that the record for one of his games being stolen or published on another website was 10 minutes after the official release. So you can imagine that many Flash creators were not too happy about this, and honestly, what could they do about this? Sue them? With what money? These were one-man developers, they had no financial backing or legal teams behind them, and making it even worse was the fact that a lot of these websites were operating overseas, so good luck suing them. Instead, they found another solution. Since they could not fix the piracy issue, they went in the opposite direction, as these websites had a plan and created a unique model. As they were not hardcore competitors against each other, and instead they did the opposite, as they actively promoted a circulation of internet traffic between their websites. As before each game release, the websites and portals would reach out to each other, giving them a heads up of the upcoming game, which they have sponsored. Now from these websites the game would get ripped off and copied in a matter of just hours, as I mentioned before, but many websites wanted this because they saw that the games they sponsored would spread faster if more websites hosted their games. And since their websites are embedded in the sponsored startup animation and on the actual game, it meant more visitors to their websites. So the Flash ecosystem was quite friendly and not as competitive as you might think. They all needed each other and they made profit off each other. The third option was licensing. Licensing was where a portal or a site paid a developer for a one-off license deal to use their game, without a sponsor logo, in-game ads, links to the developer's sites, etc. And I'm going to assume that a good example of these types of games would be something like Bush Shootout or Commando 1 and 2, since they have no real trace as to who made the games except miniclips, so I suspect that they bought out the games and plastered the websites on them. Licensed games were often cut into different pieces, for example how the third level in Bush Shootout was only available on miniclip while the previous two levels were playable on pretty much everywhere, so it drew traffic to their websites to play the last level. There was also another revenue stream which is very frowned upon today, because you might think that microtransactions was something exclusive to mobile games, but no, it actually started with the Flash games on the browser. Fantastic Contraption sold premium content, and it's pretty much microtransactions, where a level editor and the ability to view other people's contraptions could be bought for a one-time purchase of $10 through PayPal. Apparently the creator Colin Northway made around a low 6-figure in only 4 months of these microtransactions.
Right, so Fantastic Contraption, you can play the first kind of 20 levels for free, and then a level editor costs $10. And so at the time I thought it was really important to release a game that was perceived as being free, even though it costs money. And so contraption reviews like that. If you look at reviews of Fantastic Contraption, you'll see that it's like a free-to-play game, and like maybe there's a little extra stuff if you pay for it, but I'm not totally sure what it is. And so I think that obviously that worked well for Fantastic Contraption. It's impossible to know if my conversion rate would have been higher at the time, but I think now I'm thinking about like moving paywalls up more aggressively. There was about, I don't know, I say there was like 10 hours of free gameplay in Fantastic Contraption, but really I'm sure people played the free Contraption without paying any money for hundreds of hours.
Dino Run also had this, because for a small donation, gamers were given a code that allowed them to customize their dinosaurs, like colors, maybe a hat, but what was amazing was simply that any donation would give you this code, from a penny to $100, and they let people decide what the game was worth to them. And they made around $4,000 off this. So with all the different revenue sources discussed, let's do a few examples of how much money Flash games could actually make. So Dino Run made around $4,000 on the side ads, $1,500 on the in-game loading ads, add another $6,000 revenue share with other websites, and the greatest moneymaker was the licensing, which made them around $22,000. They are paying you for the right to put your game on their site, and you can sell as many licenses as you'd like. It was not exclusive contracts, so for 7 months, Dino Run made $40,000 in total. According to the creators, they chose the licensing route because sponsorships was hard to find that would cover the 7 months they worked on the game. Sponsorships tend to make more sense when it's a game that only takes a few weeks to create. Boxhead Zombie Wars made $53,000 and it only took the creators 6 weeks to make it. And speaking of Boxhead, the creator of Boxhead, Cooper, calculates that if he made 10 games in a year and 3 of them being Boxhead games, 1 Shadez game and a few others and new titles, the new titles would maybe make $18,000 each. The less known Shadez series can maybe make $25,000, but the Boxhead games could easily make $50,000 each, because of their IP value. So what he estimates, now I don't know if he did this or not, or if he's talking out of his ass, but one person with a lot of hard work and talent who works to their bone could make around $400,000 a year making Flash games. And Cooper also explains that he allowed other companies to develop Boxhead games, which granted him 50% in royalties for using his IP. And of course, this is money that a well-established creator made. He mentions that his first game made maybe $1,500, so the bigger numbers don't come until you are popular enough and have a safe brand or IP behind you. Alright, enough numbers, let's get back to some games, some bigger, stronger and weird ones hopefully. Let's go! Interactive Buddy, one of the trailblazers of physics in Flash games, with an excellent ragdoll system that puts even modern Flash games to shame. It was also first made available on DeviantArt like Line Rider. Again, how? I would never have guessed that. The issue of course is that you had no real reason to play this game for a long time, as it got quite boring quite fast. So the game is about, well, interacting with your buddy, where you can either hold him, tickle him, caress him, or you can also just give him a new face, since there are many custom faces and avatars such as Alan Moore, George Bush, the guy that lost to George Bush, and Napoleon Dynamite? Yeah, this game is a 2000 Flash game, alright. Now I started to feel bad bullying this cuddly buddy, so I swapped the skin, and now I don't feel so bad anymore. Overall, for being a game that was made on DeviantArt, I still can't get over the fact that it was released in 2004 and it's kinda amazing. There are tons of options for you to choose from if you wanna tickle him, play some music or just throw him around a bit. Tons of weapons, most like. There are also modes like 8-bit, low gravity, earthquakes and so much more. Seeing as kids tend to play this game, I don't think most people tended to play nice with our buddy here and instead just thought of the most cool ways to torture him, just like in Sims. It's a memorable game, but the gameplay, not that much. I fucking loved Icebreaker. The puzzles are amazing and me being a Swede, playing a Viking game, what can I say, it's perfection. The game is simple but creative as hell. You need to get all your Vikings to the boat and since some of them are encased in ice, you need to cut down the ice by dragging your mouse cursor across the screen and cutting it like this. Super simple. There are later maps that requires you to fill in gaps with the correct shape of ice. Ropes being added so you can catapult Vikings to the boat. You have a limited amount of cuts you can do each map, but they are quite generous, so go wild. This is probably one of the best Flash games ever made for mobile before the touchscreen was even a thing. Which is kinda funny in hindsight as you could easily swap dragging your mouse cursor to cut ice with your finger. The maps do get more difficult later on, I have never really finished it, it's way too hard and there are way too many maps for me. But if you like puzzle games, this game is for you. And also, the music is awesome, and it's exactly my style. The game is also from the studio Nightrome, who has done tons of great puzzle and platformer games. Hell, they are probably the GOATs at it by now. And I don't think any other Flash dev comes even close to them, just look at the list of games they have made. And there are also a few of these in this video. Alright, I think it's time to get political. Early 2000s political, that is, because back in the day it was quite common to make games depicting presidents and most of those had George Bush in them. But I think the best parody game was Bush Shootout because it's actually a great game and I can't tell if this is a satire of Bush or a praise of Bush, so how is the actual game? I have no idea how they managed to make this game so fucking good. Seriously, it's a perfect cover shooter where terrorists are invading the White House to kill Bush and we get this scene. Damn, he's a badass. So you need to kill all the terrorists and slowly traverse throughout the White House in different stages. And guess what? The game also has destructible terrain. What? For a Flash game? That's pretty damn cool. The only thing about the game that irks me is the total amount of enemies. Like, Jesus Christ, did every terrorist in the world come here? Oh yeah, I also love at the end where a truck full of explosives drives towards you and if you don't shoot it fast enough or miss it, because you only have one shot with your bazooka, you lose. Or win. This game is just a peak political game and it's just so funny how they made Bush look so fucking cool. Maybe if Bush becomes president again, we might get some good Flash games again. Oh wait, what am I saying? He did win 2 elections, right? Well, that means we got 2 good Bush Flash games. Hot Dog Bush. My god, this game was fun. Stressful, but fun. And if you thought the Papa's games were too stressful, you ain't played Hot Dog Bush. We get an intro cinematic where George Bush is kicked out of the White House and needs to make money, so he opens up a hot dog stand.
Holy moly, what am I gonna do now?
where you need to work your way through the streets of New York to a literal alien spaceship. The goal is for you to make a certain amount of money each day, which is easy enough, but my god, this fucking game is stressful, man. And it's even more stressful from the get-go, like in a tutorial. How can it be stressful in a tutorial? I felt like I was losing years of my lifespan playing this game. Customers can order drinks, fries and either hamburgers or hot dogs with or without ketchup. And you can only cook 3 of each at a time. And oh boy, you better be cooking meat all the time, because you will often have 5 customers waiting at all times. And you have to drag each item to the customer, and man, everyone wants drinks, fries and burgers. It gets overwhelming fast. Oh yeah, a few days in they also add a new mechanic. So normally when a customer gets their food, they leave money on the counter and walks away. And you need to manually pick it up. And the devs, being masochists, added a mechanic that customers might sometimes not pay for their food and just start walking away without paying. Now in order to get the money back, you need to click on them. But who the fuck has time for that, or even notices that when you are stressing yourself out making food for tons of people? I don't think the game has a good structure in terms of introducing more and more food items. Seriously, by the second map, you have pretty much upgraded everything and nothing new will happen, except more stress of course. I only got to the Yankee Stadium before I noped out, but seeing others do a whole playthrough of the game took them around 1 hour and 20 minutes. I would not have any hair left, so I refused. It seems that by the end you go into outer space and they won't let you go back to Earth because you're just that good of a chef.
Your planet will not be destroyed.
Oh great, can I go back to Earth now?
Earth? Who said anything about sending you back to Earth?
Holy moly.
I think Hot Dog Bush is just as goated as Bush Shootout, and Obama wished he had the same quality of Flash games about him. Hot Dog Bush and Bush Shootout are both legendary Flash games. They are a must-play. Goldminer is the game for the veterans, because man, this game is old. It's quite easy though. You have a claw machine or hook that goes back and forth, and when you press spacebar it will shoot out a grappling or whatever it is in a straight line. And you want to pick up the valuable stuff while ignoring the rocks, especially the larger ones, as they take longer to haul in as you are on a timer, so it's pretty much just a claw game. Between each game you can buy helpful stuff such as strength potions that makes you haul ass faster, a dynamite that can destroy rocks and other things. I don't really know if this game has an ending or not, because it just keeps on going and going. Then again, it is one of the earlier Flash games. It has a good premise, but it does get kinda old pretty fast. It's a classic, but not the funniest one. Tanks. You aim, you choose your strength of the shot, then you change the ammo, try to hit the enemy, and yeah, it's like Worms. Though you can shoot this super OP rocket, which always pretty much destroys your enemy in one shot, so a little bit unbalanced. You play as one tank against another tank. Sure, you can add more of them, but the gameplay, it's not really that riveting. It's okay, it's tanks. Henry fucking Stickmin. Easily one of the greatest Flash game series of all time. Yeah, I know, I've been saying it a lot, but come on, it's true. Sure, it's not much of a game, it's more of an interactive movie game like the Race series, just more fleshed out. Because this game has more paths and different choices that you can choose from. First of all, the art style is perfect. It's clean, it's charming, and it oozes style. Yeah, they are stick figures, but they all look so unique, and they also have their own personalities. It's a great mix between the classical stick figure and the cartoony art style. Now the game follows Harry, who is pretty much insane as he's a kleptomaniac who cannot stop stealing. There are 6 games in total: breaking the bank, escaping the prison, stealing the diamond, infiltrating the airship, fleeing the complex, and the last one, completing the mission. The first game takes place in a desert where you wanna get into this huge vault which is filled with money, and after getting captured you need to escape the jail, and let's just say that each new adventure gets bigger, better and way more crazy, and a ton of more choices and different paths for you to choose. There are also so many different endings to these games, and my favorite by far is in Escaping the Prison, where you can call your attorney and all of a sudden we are doing a Ace Attorney bit where we need to pick the correct evidence that will free us from jail. Just look at this scene.
Take that!
Is that the bag the defendant hid in?
Yes, but there's one thing that's been bothering me. If the defendant really was hiding in this bag, then how did he tie the knot from the outside of the bag? What? If he was inside the bag, it'd be impossible for him to tie that knot on the outside.
But then, how did he do it?
It's simple. He didn't. What are you saying? I'm saying my client wasn't hiding in that bag at all. He was stuffed in there. By this very witness! What? As you can see by this doctor's analysis, the defendant had taken quite the beating. While he was in the bag, he was unconscious. This is absurd. The witness was attempting to dispose of the body. He left the defendant in the bag, knowing he'd drive by it on the way back to the bank. When the witness and his partner passed the bag, he convinced his partner to throw the bag in with the others.
But why would he do that?
Why, to dispose of the body, of course. There are millions of bags of money in that bank, and the witness knew it would take a long time before the victim was found. But unfortunately for the witness, his victim woke up and tried to escape from his tomb. He was arrested on the spot, and the witness thought everything was over. But it's come back to haunt him now. You guys you can't be happening to me!
The best part is that it does make sense, because how did he tie the knot from the outside? It's just perfect cartoon logic, but in a realistic courthouse setting. Too bad about the guard though. And what is the first thing Henry does after being released from jail? He chases the money truck. Never change, Henry. Never change. And yeah, each ending has its own exclusive ending title that is given to you. The game also has an excellent checkpoint system, where if you choose the wrong option and die, you can just go back. But it also features the perfect scene and grid selector, which means you can go back to any point in the game where there is some form of choice, which is excellent as you wanna try out all the different routes, and it's just so fast and so easy to change to any scene you want. It's perfect. The other reason for replayability is just the vast amount of different choices, which are mostly made out of other references, and it's so phenomenal here. There are references from Mario, Zelda, fuck it, pretty much every single Nintendo game. You got Halo, Fallout, anime, everything, anything is here. And by far my favorite has to be the scene from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
スタント。ユニトは素晴らしい大会だ。私の大丈夫がお風呂に。タイミネボトル。
There are not many games where you actively choose the bad choices because you wanna see what crazy things is going to happen. The game has a great concept of making players explore everything in the game, every single choice, every ending, every route. You wanna do everything, and with this selection system, it's so simple. The comedy is excellent, it's always on point, the timings are always right, and there are so many fourth wall jokes that you will not see coming. One of my favorite reoccurring scenes is when you give your pilot friend free hands to make his own decisions, and he always ends up doing this.
Alright, here I come. I got the perfect plan. This is the greatest plan.
So many references, so many choices, and so many deaths. It's just a perfect setting for creating slapstick humor, fourth wall jokes, and it's genuinely great humor. And the last game, completing the mission, did something quite amazing as it continues your previous adventures as you can match and pair what happened in infiltrating the airship and fleeing the complex, and then the new adventure follows these storylines. It's simply amazing and offers so much replayability. And yeah, the last game has 16 possible endings, 15 possible routes and 164 ways to fail throughout the game. So yeah, this is the big daddy and grand finale of the series. I did have a few crashes on the Steam version, I'm not sure why, and I'm actually surprised they even occurred. But thanks to the game's amazing autosave system, it was never a big deal. Oh yeah, the studio also created another game, probably a game you never heard of. I think the name was Among Us? Gretel and Hansel. The first thing I have to mention about this game is its art style. It's so stylistic, but it's so damn creepy. It's hard to explain. It's like dolls made from claymation or something, and the fact that no one says a word and they're all just communicating with these grunts is unsettling. But what made this series famous with YouTubers were all the death animations. And man, there are many of them here, and I can't even show them here because they are brutal and there are also kids involved, so oof, yeah. So just like in the story of Gretel and Hansel, you find out that your stepmother wants to abandon you in the forest as the food is scarce, while your father reluctantly agrees. You need through many different puzzles find 10 shiny coins so that you can drop them as a trail and find your way back home. And after getting all of them, you get this mini game where you have to run in front of the cart, and if you're too slow, it will run you over. But you will also need to keep your eyes open and shoot down this crow, which is trying to fly away with your brother from time to time. I just absolutely love that the creators took a well-known kids' tale and put a dark twist on it. The sequel just expands the game so much more, because now instead of just escaping a house and gather coins, you have to find your way out of this huge forest, and one of these scenes is one of the most horrific scenes I have ever seen from a Flash game. It's when you fall down a hole and it's now at a dinner table where a walking tree is serving you food, and it can vary from acorns to human flesh. And the visual storytelling here is amazing, as you can see 3 other kids that have fallen down, where one ate the flesh, the second ate nothing and starved to death, and the third ate the nuts, and the more you deny the menu, the more and more gradual do these deaths of these kids come, and it's so gruesome. But it's such a visceral but amazing storytelling. So what happened to the upcoming third game? Well, it seems the studio had some issues with it, but after a long break and no words from the creator, it seems that it's finally coming out this year, which is kinda cool. I'm probably gonna check it out. Super Mario 63. I never had a Nintendo console when I was younger, nor did I play this game. I don't know, Mario does nothing for me for some reason, but this game though, you can tell that a lot of heart and soul went into it, as it's a mix between Super Mario 64, Super Mario Sunshine and Super Mario Galaxy, and it's a true recreation of how the Super Nintendo version plays, where you can whirl, jump, you can also jump up to 3 times in a row to jump even higher, slide, stomp, etc. Again, it plays just like another Mario game. It's a cute little story where Mario is on his way to Peach's castle for his surprise party, but all of a sudden they are ambushed by Bowser and his airship, who knocks out Mario and takes control over the castle, where they smash the sun painting, and Mario now needs to enter all the different worlds and get the stars back to restore the barrier. Many of the worlds are straight up recreations of the 64 version, the bomb map, the desert, the ice map, but these maps themselves are still original in terms of their structure. I think the game is probably the greatest fan-made game / tribute of a Mario game. So if you love Mario, this one you need to check out. Well, if you like some CBT, and I do not mean cognitive behavior therapy, you will love the world's hardest game. Why do I torture myself playing these kinds of games? I mean, this fucking game, man. Whoever created it is a bona fide sadist, and it's somehow a really popular game. It's all about avoiding the blue balls. But man almighty, even the first map is not that easy. And it just gets harder and harder. And when everything is moving in the same pattern, you are going to start to get dizzy as hell. And there are 30 of these maps in total. I also love how the game, when you start it up, it's about getting the least amount of deaths possible when you reach the end. Like, bro, ain't nobody gonna reach the end like that, at least not normal people. These games are not for me. But there used to be a pretty hardcore speedrun community of this game. I guess they really like that ball torture. What can I say?
An easy-to-use program for producing animation quickly and efficiently with top-notch results. Gone are the days of having to painstakingly...
No, you fucking don't! Actual animation will never be replaced by this drag-and-drop shit that limits people's capacities to use their own imaginations.
Games were not the only popular thing being made in Flash, as in essence, Flash and its games are based on animations. Let's talk about some Flash animations because there are so many great ones and so many I should never have been allowed to watch when I was a kid with unrestricted internet access. Before the internet started to become more advanced in terms of processing power, graphics and all that stuff, animation was, if anything, just in its infant stage. The issue was also that animation on the computer was limited knowledge, because if you wanted to learn how to do animation, you had to go to animation or film school. However, Flash made it possible for many people who either had or did not have a background in animation to create whatever they wanted. Most of these animations were created on Newgrounds, where most of the content creators were self-taught. Newgrounds also stood out as a great platform for creators, as it both had one of the best rating systems but also a great community which gave constructive feedback, as many animators would give tips to others how to improve their work or give out tips or solutions to different problems, and some of them would even do collabs with each other. There was no community like this back in the day, during the early years of the internet. Now, looking through the most popular Flash animations on Newgrounds, it's mostly yeah, there is tons of up here. Yeah, it's no wonder this was really popular on the internet, and especially a website like Newgrounds where pretty much anything was allowed, and I did accidentally watch some of them when I was younger, and I can never watch Teen Titans the same again. But I'm not here to talk about those videos. I'm here to talk about some of the best and most outstanding Flash animations that I liked, and also a few other topics later on. Probably the most famous or infamous, depending on the person, is Salad Fingers, which was created by David Firth. This shit creeped me the hell out when I was younger. The art style, the tone, Salad Fingers being, well, Salad Fingers. But after having rewatched it as an adult, they are actually quite good. And it's this really surreal style which also has a lot of beauty in it. Each episode follows Salad Fingers in this post-apocalyptic world with strange creatures, and for some reason Salad Fingers is really into rusty spoons. Yeah, the cool thing is that the creator is still making new episodes, as the last one came out only a few months ago. The series has garnered a huge cult following. There are 14 episodes in total, and apparently a teacher got suspended for showing Salad Fingers to his students. Man, what I would give to be a fly on the wall in that classroom. While Salad Fingers looked grotesque before you even clicked on the video, there was another animation series that was far more sinister, as it baited you in with its cute characters, and that show was Happy Tree Friends. And the amount of parents who mistakenly bought DVDs of this show to their kids because they only looked at the front cover, which was this cute picture of these animals like these. They were in for a rude awakening, as it would become one of the most gruesome animation series out there. Now, it was also quite genius because the episodes didn't start like that. They lured you in by being innocently enough, setting up the plot with these cute characters and then killing them off, and bloody stuff happens everywhere, which is just over the top for all the best reasons. This series became super popular, garnering millions upon millions of views, and it's still kinda ongoing to this day. I highly recommend you watch a few of these episodes, they are just so great to watch. Animator vs Animation was a certified banger, where you follow the creator who creates a stick figure, aptly named The Victim, as he tries to torture him and then kill him, but the courageous victim fights back in an epic battle where he uses anything he can, like using tools from the Flash animator program, but unfortunately it's not enough and is killed off. Until the creator decides to create another one in the sequel, though this time he names him The Chosen One. And he's better than ever, as he makes me feel worried for the creator having to deal with him. It literally goes as far as The Chosen One has to battle the Windows icons. It's just complete madness. Overall, these animations are super intense and shows the immense creativity put into these videos. And I think they are something a kid would daydream about while staring at computer screen, and the creator of this series is still making videos to this day, and he is pretty damn popular, though he mostly uploads it on YouTube these days. And I think that Alan Becker, the creator of the series, is probably the most subscribed former Newgrounds creator, because he has a staggering 31.1 million subs, and looking at the numbers of his most popular videos is insane, with many of them having over 300 million views, which is something only a handful of creators will ever get in their lifetime. So you can say that he mastered the stick figure formula and implemented it in different settings like Minecraft. Honestly, his modern stuff is still amazing, but I also have to give Alan Becker huge props for another thing. He actually made tons of tutorials on how to make games with Flash, showing how the process worked, how to do certain animations, and just overall how easy it can be to make something. There are not many creators who would show them their tricks. Oh well, if people can copy me then I will lose value. No, this guy gave so many tips, and he probably helped a lot of people get started into Flash animation. And again, huge props for even doing these videos. The Brackenwood series is one of the most beautiful Flash animations out there, and it's just insane how fluid the animation is. The amazing and vibrant environments that are just so breathtaking. There was no other Flash animations that could hold a candle to this amount of work back in the day. And the reason why is because the creator, Cloud, had a background in animation as he worked for Disney and did some of these videos in his spare time, but at the time of release it showed just the immense difference between someone making Flash videos or games as an amateur and then we had a pro. And it also showed how far Flash animation could be taken and helped push the limits of what could be made. Alright, I gotta mention the Ultimate Showdown, as it's easily one of the most famous ones. It has actually aged amazingly well. The references are still relevant to this day, and you can still understand them 20 years later, and the song is just so damn catchy, where you want to learn every piece of lyric when it comes to the rap. Sure, the Chuck Norris jokes are maybe a bit dated, but this was the Civil War of well-known names before the movie, and it's no wonder it's one of the most popular videos on Newgrounds. There was also an equally as popular parody of the song, and it's not for the faintest of hearts. There were also tons of different collaborations between many of these creators who often submitted their work for a video, let's say Super Nintendo or Street Fighter, where it's just tons of different artists who makes one animation each, and then they put them all together into one huge video, and it's amazing how different all the art styles are, and it truly makes these videos stand out. There were some good ones like the Street Fighter ones, the Final Fantasy collabs, but you can't find them on YouTube because, well, they wanna have it on Newgrounds because that's where they made it, and also because it often featured a lot of. Now, there were also songs and animations that were memes-ish, but they had this really catchy refrain, and no one holds the candle of the catchiness of the Narwhals and Badger songs, which are still iconic to this day, and they are still being replayed in my head 20 years later. Alright, let's talk about some creators, whether or not they were famous or semi-famous, who started their careers on Newgrounds. You got Harry Patridge with his Skyrim and Starbarian series, which are still going on today. There is also Sexual Lobster and his videos.
My mother-in-law is a scorpion, my uncle fainted, my guests have fled.
Hell, even JonTron started his internet career on Newgrounds with his Onion series.
Now I, Krauser, will show you what real power is.
On a even weirder note, I actually found out that Anthony from Smosh, yeah, that Smosh, actually uploaded a few Flash animations onto Newgrounds way before they started their YouTube channel. It's really bizarre, man. The rising star Meat Canyon started his career on Newgrounds, and even video game Donkey, where some of his work was posted in 2003, where he did animations. Yeah, so it was way before he started his voice work and his own channel on YouTube. Cyanide and Happiness used to upload some of their videos on Newgrounds before they did on YouTube. Now, one of the weirdest one by far, yeah, even more weird than Anthony from Smosh and JonTron, is Soulja Boy. Yeah, Soulja Boy made animations. Yeah, it's the weirdest one here by far. He mostly uploaded music, but he uploaded an animation he did in 2005. Yeah, that's something for your internet lore, I guess. And of course, I cannot forget the awesome series from Egoraptor. It's one of the greatest video game comedy animations, which inspired tons of other creators to do the same type of humor and tempo. Videos such as Metal Gear Awesome, Awesome Center Redux and Awesome Reach, just fantastic, and they were giga popular. Seriously, he has 3 videos in the top 10 of all time on Newgrounds, which is insane. And it's also these projects which helped make Egoraptor famous enough, which allowed him to create Game Grumps. And it's still going kinda strong to this day, but although myself and many other people love Newgrounds, its content, history and creators, there are some who have a more strained relationship with the history of that website, and it's mostly from Egoraptor, as there was a small controversy between him and Newgrounds after he responded and criticized a parody video making fun of the Storytime YouTubers. And he also threw Newgrounds under the bus, and I quote, "The fact that all the people patting you on the back for this cartoon are old school Newgrounds type with a very few STAs. Commenting speaks volumes. You can use this thread to pretend it's all in good fun, but it's not fun. It's mean. It hurts." And let's just say that some people from Newgrounds were pissed. Creators like Chris O'Neill, better known as Oni G, and Spazkid responded, and I agree with them. If not for Newgrounds and Egoraptor being edgy, he would never have become popular in the first place, but I guess he just saw it as a stepping stone towards a greater career. And I think it's also a bit of the Troller's Remorse creators who used to be really edgy with their content, but then growing up and discards it, and people who like that content are stupid according to them. It's just sad that one of the biggest creators just turned their back on Newgrounds to be more brand friendly, and it kinda makes it weird to watch the Awesome series with that in mind.
Okay, listen, Metal Gear Awesome isn't on YouTube. None of the Awesome cartoons are, like Awesome May Cry, Legend of Awesome, and Super Awesome Brothers. You won't find them on YouTube. They were meant to be seen on Newgrounds.com.
Now, for something you might not have been aware of is that Flash as an animation tool was also widely used in the animation industry, as many successful mainstream shows used it. For example, Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, all done in Flash, Johnny Tests, one of my favorites, Metalocalypse.
Maybe this sounds a stupid question, but why don't we just pour bleach into our cups of urines?
No! Drink the bleach!
Bleach is healthy. It's mostly water. And we're mostly water, therefore, we are Bleach.
Total Drama Island also used it for certain scenes and animations. Bob's Burger had the first season done in Flash, the whole BoJack Horseman intro was done in Flash, so it was not just a tool that was used by indie creators, it was a mainstream tool used in high production animation, and yeah, it's been rebranded and that version is still used to create animated movies and shows to this day, and it's kinda amazing that Flash still lives on, it just has a different name. Alright, I also want to end this section by talking about two animated shows that were made by Newgrounds creator who started their careers by making various animations. The first one is Punch Punch Forever, made by Speedoroo, who is a Newgrounds veteran. The show follows Go-Go and her family as they battle the ruling demons in a martial arts tournament, and this show has such clean animation, the humor is peak Newgrounds, memes, voiceovers and just completely over the top stuff, and of course the fan service. I highly recommend you check this series out, as it could easily be a mainstream cartoon on Adult Swim. And speaking of Adult Swim, I think you know which other series I'm gonna talk about, which is Smiling Friends.
I want you to shut the f*** up, woman! I was down in the bloody mines for 14 hours today! You tell me to shut up!
Which again is made by Newgrounds veteran Zach Hadel, more well known as Psycho Pebbles, and Michael Cusack. And it's easily one of the most popular animations out there at the moment, which follows the two main leads, Pim and Charlie, as their work is to make people smile. And they always get into such weird situations, it has perfect comedy timing, and you can tell that the Newgrounds roots are all over the place. And there are so many, and I mean so many cameos from other animators or creators and just overall old school talent. I cannot wait to see what's coming out with season 3 of this amazing series. Although Flash games tends to get more attention than its animations, it's still important that Flash as a tool help to create and grow so many talented people who share their own work with other people all over the globe.
Oh, sweet Christ. The power of Christ compels you! Ah, fuck you.
Oof. Alright, let's talk about the stinker, because I remember playing this game a ton back in the day as I was addicted to WoW, but going back and playing this game now, it sucks. It's slow, grindy, it's honestly not nice to look at, the characters walk so slowly and every animation takes a year. I could stand it when it came out back in 2006, since a lot of games, well, they ran like this, but playing it now in 2025, it's just more Chinese water torture. If you wanna torture yourself with this game, go ahead. I'm not touching this one ever again, and instead, I will keep the good memories of it from a better time. Effing Worms is such a fun game. It's like Miami Shark in terms of causing chaos and mayhem everywhere, but here they added an interesting new concept because you play as a worm, or I guess it's more akin to the creature from Tremors or Dune, but it added a concept of how you evolve between each round, and you can choose between making it faster, have more health, bigger mouth, bigger tail, being able to stay underground without feeling hunger, be faster, like so many different options, and it's just perfection in every way possible. And it also creates some replayability as you can try the other options on your next playthrough. Flight. One of the most beautiful Flash games I have ever played. It plays just like the Learn to Fly series in terms of having goals and milestones, but what sets it apart is that you throw the airplane manually, so the harder you throw, the further it gets. While flying, you can control your plane a little bit. What's important is to get as much money as possible in forms of these stars, but if you fly into the cranes, they increase the money as they multiply the money you get, and it also gives you a small boost. There are also flying stars, which grants you more speed, so you always want to fly into them. And at the end of each stage, you can upgrade your plane. And you can upgrade your airplane, making it look cooler and cooler, like starting as a really simple one, but by the end it's like a jet plane. What also sets this game apart is that it kinda tugs at your heartstrings as we literally fly home dreams and wishes of these little girls, who wishes for Santa for her to see her mother. This Christmas, and this letter becomes the plane we use, and we travel throughout the whole world, getting more and more bizarre settings and cutscenes as the letter is slowly making its way across the world. And it also has a heartfelt ending. The music is great as it's soft, but you can also feel the hopes and dreams and the determination for the letter to reach her mother. I guess it kinda reminds me of a song from Undertale, if anything. Dino Run terrified me as a kid, because this game is horrifying, running away as fast as you can while you have the literal apocalypse chasing you, and if it gets too close to you, the whole screen starts to shake and darken as your dino is running in complete darkness and you can feel the panic sneaking up on you. Dino Run is an amazing pixel game where you play as a small dinosaur who needs to escape the end of the world. You can also collect eggs, which gives you more points, and at the end of each stage you can upgrade your dinosaur with either speed, acceleration, jump or strength. I'm actually surprised that the creators of this game were not the ones who made the T-Rex jumping over obstacles when you have no internet on Google, because it looks so similar. Still, Dino Run, neat game. Boxhead. Oof. This game has not aged well at all, and the fact that you can only shoot in 8 directions, which kinda sucks, makes it feel so dated. I tried all the games in the series and man, what a transformation it has gone through, as it started off as rescuing civilians, which sucked ass, to fighting endless hordes of zombies and devils, which put the game on the map. I remember liking it a lot back in the day, as you had such huge variety of weapons, maps, as you were just trying to survive. I tended to put up a lot of barrels and then explode them all at the same time, though often it ended up with me exploding myself, but yeah. There's no real win condition, it's just endless hordes of zombies, but today I don't feel anything for it playing it. And playing the newest one and just comparing it to what the game used to be, it's just sad because it's just so much worse in every possible way. It's just a sad end to an otherwise really famous franchise. Strike Force is when you combine COD, Quake and TF2 and meshing them all into one game, and honestly, the end result is quite satisfying. It's an arena shooter but with different modes such as Team Deathmatch, Free for All, Capture the Flag and Dominion, where you need to defend command posts. Now Strike Force Heroes was not the first game from these devs, as they also made the Race 1-3 series, which had the same concept in terms of deathmatches, but there was no class system and it took place in the future. Though you could use rocket boots here to reach a higher altitude, which was kinda cool. But these games did lay the foundation for Strike Force Heroes, and the most key aspect that makes these games stand out is its class system. That's right, you can play as 4 different classes: Medic, Sniper, Commando and Heavy, where each class has different perks, weapons and overall playstyles, just like many other shooters of its time. And it's mostly inspired by COD, as you need to level up your character before you can buy new weapons, perks, kill streaks, you know, the classic call in a chopper or bomber when you get X amount of kills. My only gripe with the game is that it's a bit grindy, and seeing as the 4 playable classes do not share experience means you need to level up each and every one of them, and it would take you a ton of time. You can swap between these 4 classes whenever you want in a game. The maps themselves are quite creative, especially the jungle map where you have this huge geyser that spouts out water which allows you to boost up to the next platform, or the steelworks where you need to pass a gap in the middle of the map that occasionally pours hot metal which will kill you if you mistime the jump. And then there is my favorite, where you literally fight in the sky, it's awesome. But yeah, this was the poor man's COD, and I just wanna say, job well done. Now this game is pretty much the poster child of a fan animation game, and it's clearly ripping off Final Fantasy. There is no doubt about that. But it does it so well, and it does stand out compared to other games, as you start off the game as fully leveled. Yeah, you have all your spells, you are max leveled, you have tons of health, mana, and the goal is simple. Beat all the enemies who start off weak but become gradually stronger, so it's a bit of a gauntlet. Now you have ordinary attacks, magic spells, but there are also weapon abilities where your sword becomes more powerful against different enemies, etc., or give you different stats. The specials are the best though, and they're also funny. There's one that does a power metal attack. There's also another, which is a screamer. The only issue I have with the game is that there is no save system. Like, how the hell is it possible that a game which is like an hour long, yet I can't save and continue, I need to start all over again? Yeah, it's truly a gauntlet, I guess. This is actually a really long running series, as there are 5 mainline games, tons of spin-offs, and the creator is uploading stuff to their YouTube channel quite frequently, answering fan questions and giving updates on the project, which is nice. Alright, have you ever played a game that is so bad that it's good? Yeah, and that's exactly what the Trapped trilogy is. And it's made by the same guy who made Spot the Difference, and this time it's a point and click adventure puzzle game with some gameplay shooting sections in between. But man, this game and its writing, voice acting and overall plot is some of the weirdest, wild shit I have ever experienced, and I fucking loved every single second of it. So let me talk a bit about these games. So let's begin with the first game called Trapped, and this is how the game starts.
Where am I? Why am I here? I can't remember. Who am I? And why do I feel so trapped?
He said it! He said it!
I just love the voice acting in this game. It's so early 2000, and it inhabits so much of the Flash game era as someone trying really hard, but it just comes out so funny. And it's as if this guy is trying to voice act by a bit lower and talking a bit more like,
someone knows where he is.
So we are trapped in this room. We don't know who we are, where we are, or what's going on. We just need to escape this room. So now, you tell me, how would you open this door? Maybe you would find something to picklock or force the door open, but how would I ever find it? What could I possibly use? Yeah, well, the creator thought, hey man, it's simple. You see this finger that you find in a wallet? Yeah, a finger. First of all, what the fuck is a finger doing in a wallet? Afterwards, use a lighted match and burn up the finger to reveal. Wait, what? How the hell is anyone supposed to know what to do here? How is this the solution? Am I stupid? Why is this inside a human finger? And the best part by far is that the only clue you get is this.
It was the finger I found in the wallet. It felt heavier than a normal finger. Very interesting.
I'm sorry, first of all, how the hell does this guy know how much a finger weighs? Like, how? Does he carry around fingers all the time? Why is this metal thingy in the finger? Who put it in there? And why? Did the creator think that, yes, this makes perfect sense for a puzzle? I'm so confused. It's also just items being really weirdly placed, like the matches. Okay, we pick up the box and they fall out. Well, you might think that you can move to different places by pressing the arrow markers on the screen. Especially when you are at the toilet, there are like 5 directions you can go, yet none leads you to the matches. No, you need to press the location, which again makes it more confusing. So we use the metal thingy from the finger and open the door. We get out of the room, but there is an armed guard outside. Now I was so stuck at this part because there was nothing I could do. Apparently you need to find some stockings. Now where do you think they are? I thought, they're probably in the drawer right next to the guard, but I can't reach it, so nope. Yeah, guess where it's really at. How the fuck would I ever know that the stockings were there? It's such a tiny spot and no one would think of clicking that spot, it's just But guess what you do with the stockings? You put them on your head and you make them into a baklava and the guard leaves. Oh brother. There's also a hostage in the room whom we save, and yeah, this game, it's quite religious.
Do you believe in the Bible, Diala?
It's a great inspiration to me. I need to get back into it. Why, do you?
Yes, and I strongly encourage you to pursue its teachings. Like I said, it's a great inspiration. No, just curious. Found a Bible lying in the bathroom.
Apparently the creator was quite into religion when he made the game. So we get this key which can be used to exit the apartment through the balcony, but oh no, the guards are coming back. We need to hide. We should both get inside the room and lock the door, right? Yeah, well, this is how our hero handles the situation.
I quickly locked the doors behind me. I felt something was missing. Or someone.
What have you done to this place?
Oh, damn! I forgot Diala! You know those stories where the valiant hero saves the damsel in distress and in the end they both live happily ever after? In this story, I just realized I'm not one of those heroes.
What is this game? It just left her to die. But we managed to escape, and then there is this really weird shootout section with masked mercs trying to kill us, and the game ends with this.
What scared me more was, where on earth did I get that marksmanship from? Dan? Am I Dan McNally? If you don't tell me where your money is grown, bum, I'm gonna tear you apart. Starting with your fingers. Get in there, or I'll shoot you.
Now let me introduce you to one of the greatest characters in all of Flash, Dan McNally. And it's gonna get so much better later on because he is a legend. So yeah, we were the murderer all along, you know, what a plot twist, and the game ends like that. I want what the creator of this game was having when he made it, because this game is such a trip. Oh, but wait, there's more.
Hey, what are you doing?
Forgive me, love. You've been risked far too many times. I just can't let you go in there this time. It's too dangerous.
Mickey Lee, you let me out right this instant!
No.
Part 2, called Pursuit, lets us play as Diala Reinhardt, who is the woman from the first game. She works with the police and I think she wants to expose and capture the gang called... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, you can't make this up. It's a gang named Armor Gamses.
A gang known as the Armor Gamses.
Well, I guess Armor Games got more than what they asked for from that sponsorship. Before you leave the apartment, you need to take all the essential items with you, which is a banana, because of course you need that sodium, right? A teddy bear, okay, and a light bulb. Huh?
You never know when a light bulb may come in handy.
Oh yeah, and then some guy comes at us from behind, we manage to shake him off. somehow. And then our really close friend Mickey and us are driving away as we are going to capture the armor Gamses once and for all. But Mickey leaves us in the car and locks it because he will not let us sacrifice our lives. He wants to do this alone. So, just like in Trapped, we need to escape this car because, of course, you need to make a screwdriver by finding the pieces. So I found the screw head and the screwdriver handle and I thought to myself, alright, let's just put them together. But no, it refused to work and I thought I was going insane. Is the game bugged? No. Apparently, you also need to find the glue and glue them together. Am I fucking stupid? But why was the screwdriver even a part in the first place? Who does that? Also, why would you need a handle? Just use the head. Alright, so we get into the sewers because that's the Armor Games's hideout apparently. We need to grease up the lever to start the lights and listen to what Dayala says.
Are you kidding? I don't want to dirty my fingernails.
Oh well, excuse me, princess, that you don't want to dirty your nails, so instead you use your teddy bear like...
You are made of stupid.
Even more strange. Look at this wall. Oh, of course this fucking wall can be cut open. Like, who would ever find this out? No normal person would ever find this out, and this is required to continue the game. How? Why would you ever hide this wall here? You can't see it, and you can't click it, ish. You need to use your knife for it.
Oh my god!
Alright, now for the most infamous part of this game. So, you need to catch a fish from the sewers and give it to the guy to feed his cat. So, I ask you, what do you think we need in order to catch a fish? Make a fishing rod or maybe a net, right? Or maybe get a rope and add a hook to it or some baits? No, that's what a normal person would say. No, this is the real version. You need a string, alright? Good so far. And then you need glue. Okay. And I cannot believe this. You need to tie this glued rope to a fucking banana. You literally use a banana on a rope to catch a fish. Oh wait, I'm sorry. You also need to combine it with your knife. Does this look normal to you? What kind of drugs was the creator on? It's a banana on a rope and it works. It works. So you get the fish. You go back to the shopkeeper and you give the fish so he can feed the cat. And what does he give us as a reward for the fish? He gives a blowtorch. Oh yeah, for a fish that seems acceptable. And the worst part is we never ask for a blowtorch. He just gives it to us. Like, what is wrong with these people? So we use the blowtorch, we get through some bars and we find our friend Mickey and... This scene is supposed to be taken serious, by the way. Like, look at this face, it looks like it's coming.
Face love, so sweet. I'll see you on the other side.
Well, we find the Armor Gamses' hideout, but we are discovered by, oh, you guessed it. Oh yeah, the best character in the whole series is back.
Dan McNeely.
How you doing, baby doll? I missed you. I'm so glad you're still alive. I really didn't mean to leave you behind. Honest.
God, I love this voice acting so much, and that's the ending. I thought I was supposed to get more answers in this game, but I have just more questions, so they will be answered in the last game, right? I keep on dreaming because the mind gymnastics you need to do in these games are insane. Alright. The third and last game of the series called Escape. It starts off right where the previous game ended with Dan McNeely coming back, and again, I just love this guy.
It's not good at all. You've got such a nice face, you know? I really don't want you to end up like that grown bum. Or your friend, what's his name? Mickey?
You've made this personal. You killed my partner, Mickey. I'm going to end this right here.
So you're going to arrest me, baby doll?
More than that, I'm taking your entire gang down.
Oh, I am so scared.
You should be.
Yeah, we shoot him and somehow he's still alive. So anyway, we are captured and it's explained how we survived in the first game and
Let's break the ice with a little question that's been nagging me. How did you survive back in Groenbaum's mansion? I was all but certain that you died.
Huh? What have you done to this place?
Are you alright? This is the last time we pull a stunt like this, Diala. You're more suited for the office.
And go home without a story to tell? Fat chance.
Sir, I have... You have?
That's right. Dan McNeely has been terminated.
What the? Wait, what was that? Repeat. What happened? Hello?
I just love how serious this game wants to take itself. And also...
She looks like she could do with a friend. Yeah. Sounds swell. Bring him in.
Mickey! You murderers! How could you? Mickey's my best friend! You took his life away! You took our friendship away! Mickey! I feel so trapped.
She said the thing! She also said the thing and it's supposed to be taken serious.
Yeah, there it is! There it is!
God, I fucking love this game so much. It's the best Flash game ever. Does everyone in this world walk around with Bibles? We trade our watch for a handle to our sink with this random guy who is named...
The name's Jason White. What brings you here?
Yeah, I don't think I could ever come up with a more whiter name than that. Now, my fucking god. I complain about the plan to escape both in the bathroom in the first game and in the car in the second game, but man, this game is taking this cake. Because our heroine's plan to escape is to cover the sink with a silver coin to make it overflow. Why the hell would you use a coin? You have literal pillows, blankets, etc. Use them, lol. Oh, anyway, you use a cloth piece to cover the shower drain. Oh, there it worked. And then you call the guard with the bell. And this happens. This was the plan? Hope that the guard would slip and knock himself out? Like, what is this game? Like, what was the plan? That's not a plan. I thought maybe, okay. We have the water leak out of the cell. Then you call the guard, and when he's standing in the water, you use a electricity cord or something and electrocute him, hoping he's gonna die. Hoping he's gonna slip and die is not a plan. Oh, and I'm just getting started. So we free this other guy who we traded our watch for this handle for, and he does this when we try to save him.
By the way, did I forget to mention I have a thing for women?
This game. I can't get over what he says here. Why would anyone say that? Does that mean that most people in this world are gay and being straight is something rare? I fucking can't, man. This game, I think it was supposed to be really edgy, like something you would read from the comic strip Lightbringer by Linkara.
Hope business treats you well, Granholm. After all, you gotta pay me back by Friday. You see this nutty bitch? I found her on the street taking shits in people's yards, so I put her in a chain like a dog. I don't know who she is.
So she stabs him and pushes him to the water. Sure. whatever, I can't be surprised anymore. So there is this puzzle where you need to put a lamp in a hole for it to reveal a secret, and you need a nail to hang up this painting on the wall, and you need an object to hammer it in. And what does our character use? A fucking toilet lid to hammer the nail. There are literal books right next to you, man. What are you doing? So you hang the picture frame and you reveal the hidden location of all the evidence of the armor Gamses. And now you have all the evidence to take them down. And we get a boss fight with this grunt, and it's awful. And it's hard, as you need to reload, which takes a year, and you can't manually reload, and the guy starts to throw flashbangs at you, and you can't miss more than like 2 shots or you will fail. So we kill him, and oh, the white guy came back and he wants to kill us, and McNeely hits him with this line.
Let her go, Whitey. You can't have her. She's mine.
He convinces him to let us go in return for this immortality elixir, yeah. And then McNeely does this.
More Gamsics? Give it here!
You'd think you'd have noticed the gun in my other hand.
I love this game so much, but I also hate it so much. Oh yeah, the drug is called Imorgamsix. And then they also do a flashback to Mickey, our best friend. In a span of 2 seconds, he goes from red eyes to black eyes to blue eyes. I just can't. Oh yeah, we also find a card in a vault which reveals that Diana, whatever, was the real boss all along.
In fact, you are the leader of Armor Gamses itself. Isn't that grand?
But how is that even possible?
Listen to me now. You were the first to consume the Imorgamsix, and I was the second. Due to a subtle flaw within the chemical mixing process, it had an adverse effect upon our memories. Erasing a few, inserting a few, etc., etc.
So, me and Mickey? Was it all just a lie?
Last I remembered was you and me, baby doll. We fell for one another, grounded in a common interest for power and an extended life.
And
why not? Why not?
I don't think I have ever in my whole lifetime seen such a bad plot twist such as Diala and McNeely. And then Diala shoots McNeely and this happens? He lands in a vault and it's locked. She actually pushes the safe out of the building, out into the water, yeah, because that's the ending. This game is honest to God so bad that it's a masterpiece in every right. I don't think I have ever laughed as much in a Flash game. And this is seriously the room. It's the room of Flash games. I'm not done yet. There are so many more weird things about this game and everything around it. I actually looked into this game series a lot more than I should, but this just blew my mind when I read it. The voice actors of Diala for this whole series, well, it's not just some random woman. It's actually Kira Buckland. Now, if you don't know who she is one of the most accomplished English voice actors out there. For example, she voiced Joylene in the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 6 English version, 2B from Nier Automata, and there are so many other high production animes such as Demon Slayer, ReZero, Pokemon, Katakuri. She has such an insane track record and I cannot believe she went from this
away! You took our friendship away! Mickey! I feel so trapped.
To this.
If you want to play, I'll gladly take you on. I can do it American style, or how about French style?
Attempt field repair.
Shut up! Just do what I say! Me? You talking about me? And to think he's around the same age as my younger brother!
Listen to that!
And you know what I think? This is what Flash games and Flash in general was about. It was to allow independent actors to start their careers here. It gave them opportunities, practice and room for them to grow. She started down here and look where she is now. And I can tell you this though, if I would ever meet her, I would ask her to sign a poster of Trapped just to see her reaction. I implore you to play these games. You will not regret the experience because man, it is such a good trip. Try this one out.
Well now, this seems familiar.
By the early 2010s, Flash games started to fall in popularity. No longer did most people have shitty computers and were now able to play more powerful games that were free. Internet connection had gotten much better, which means people were able to play with each other in multiplayer games. Social media started to rise with Facebook and Twitter completely taking over the internet, which hurt community-driven sites like Newgrounds. But I think the primary reason that we all know about why Flash started to lose popularity was simple: the iPhone. In a now infamous letter from Steve Jobs where he completely bashes Adobe Flash as to why he would never allow it on the iPhone, as he thought the Flash had bad security issues, it drained the battery, and it was built for desktop computers, not mobile devices with touch interfaces. He cites that the battery life was affected big time by almost a 100% increase, as battery life would go from 10 hours to just 5 hours when using Flash. There is also the touch on the iPhone, as you are not using a mouse, so Flash would need to change their coding to support touch-based devices. And it was also such a huge security risk, because Flash as a program took a lot of control over your computer so it could do amazing things. But that also opened up many security flaws, which could be hacked, or how viruses could infect it, so yeah. And this was the first nail in Flash's coffin, because over the years other companies started to follow Apple's lead, and today most web browsers don't natively support Flash anymore. Adobe even announced it plans to stop supporting the software by 2020. And when Flash games could no longer be supported on the phone market, that meant the inevitable death of Flash games because there was no more growth of the market. And also many game creators would not willingly give up a whole new market, so instead became developed for mobile first and browser later. And also the main reason so many developers moved over to the iPhone was the monetization issue. Because remember, devs were either paid from ad revenue, sponsorships or licensing their games. And those are quite risky in general, especially since sponsorships became harder and harder to get, and on the phone it was no longer possible since there were no websites that hosted these games. I have heard people say that you can't blame Flash creators for moving over to the mobile gaming market because it pays so much better, and I can't really say I agree. Because let's be real, FOMO and microtransactions on mobile games have become a plague in the general gaming market, with AAA games charging, first of all, 60, no wait, 70, no wait, $80 for the base game, and then adding tons of microtransactions in the game. Because companies saw how much money could be made with this system and they adapted, which has obviously made gaming worse as a whole. And it feels like these mobile games did not have the same souls as Flash games had on the browsers, and I think that kinda makes sense because if we look today on the mobile gaming market, there is no soul here. There is no innovative things coming out, it's just apps to make money. And it's really sad that the creativity is just gone. And there is a reason as to why mobile gaming has such a terrible reputation among gamers.
Top grossing games have in-game economies worth tens of thousands. That's how you can keep people in there. They have lots of things to do, stuff to upgrade, to progress along, and that's how you can make them spend a lot as well, since you can, for instance, give a huge discount on something, you know, this stuff is worth 150 euros, but now I'll give it to you for 5.
And also think about it, when you create a mobile game with microtransactions, everything has to be balanced around the microtransactions, which means make it more grindy, keep the player engaged as long as possible, and otherwise extra content such as skins, sheets or whatever became locked behind paywalls, relying on money from microtransactions because it had a better safety net than the current revenue model.
Now, starting out during the intro tutorial portion of the game, energy seems abundant, progress is seemingly swift, and it's easy to forget that energy even exists. But then, around half an hour into the game, you are thrust into a scenario in which a devil snare entraps the player character, requiring you to tap away and expend a bunch of energy, at which point you'll soon realize that this particular scenario was specifically designed and calculated so that you will spend all your energy halfway through. When that happens, tapping on the screen will yield a prompt saying, "You're out of energy. 1 point of energy recharges every 4 minutes. Wait for your energy to recharge or buy 30 more now." Translation: pay up or you're timed out from the game. Now, for this particular activity, you need 5 additional energy to finish it, and considering you get 1 energy every 4 minutes, you'll have to wait around 20 minutes just to get through this section that would otherwise have taken 1 minute. Or you can just pay for gems, which can cost anywhere from $1 for 25 gems, all the way up to $100 for 3,125 gems. And from there you can spend these gems on energy, which can cost anywhere from 20 gems for 10 energy, all the way up to 100 gems for 60 energy. How apt and disturbing is it that your player character, this kid, is literally being strangled while the game coerces you into spending money? This right here is the perfect imagery for what predatory microtransactions are actually like.
And it was also the fact that you had the choice to sell your game on the App Store, which was not possible as a Flash game on the browser. And there are also more issues because the creators of games and animations, they started to see less money because ad blocks started to become really popular in the 2010s, which made the income drop like a rock, which forced developers to switch to a new revenue model in the mobile sphere. And I mean, come on, it kinda makes sense. Just look at how aggressive YouTube and especially Twitch when it comes to ad blockers. So this meant in a twisted and really tragic way that devs went to the mobile market, which meant less games were being made for the browsers in Flash, which in turn meant less people playing those games on browsers, which in turn made sponsorships fall off as they relied on ads to make money, less games being made, lower traffic coming to portals, and consumers moved away to a new platform which was more versatile, as you could play games when you were in a car or train or a bus, or just waiting on a bench. You couldn't do that with a browser. And it was just this really evil circle that eventually just killed any hope of revenue from creating Flash games on a browser. So in conclusion, the iPhone had a huge part of killing off Flash, but I think it was already kinda dying, and the iPhone only accelerated its downfall. Adblock started to become more popular, which meant less revenue for both the hosts and developers. It was just inevitable. This game was advertised everywhere on every website. It was the Raid Shadow Legends ad before Raid Shadow Legends. The game came out in 2002 and was probably the first ad that was just spammed everywhere to get players into it. And I guess it kinda worked. It's an online only game, so have fun with that, it's still out there. Now, there is no real Flash version of the game, or old version in general, as the game is still, yes, 23 years later, still ongoing with more and more content, and apparently it's still being updated to this day. I do wonder who actually pays for this game though. You need to download the official game and create an account on their website in order to play it. And going back to play it now, it has actually aged really bad. It's one of the grindiest games I have ever played. There is so much content from the get-go and you will feel confused and overwhelmed as to what to start with. It's also that most quests don't have requirements, which means you can accept a giga-hard quest without even knowing it. The combat at the start of the game is god-awful, where you got one attack. They also went with a combat system where you and the enemy have huge health pools, but you deal peanuts in damage, around 2 to 5 per hit, when the enemy has like 50 health. Yeah, that's annoying, man, and it takes way too much time to kill just one enemy. And I remember really liking the game when I played this when I was young. I did not find it grindy at all, and I have vague memories of having plenty of attacks to use. I don't know, this game just screams pay to win, as you will be spammed with, oh, you ran out of X, would you like to buy XX more about premium currency? It's annoying. I felt completely overwhelmed by too many quests, too much information all at once. You can tell that they never did an overhaul of the tutorial to be more noob friendly, as more and more and more content became available for the game. And instead it just banks on veteran players who are addicted to this game, I guess. I would honestly instead recommend that you watch Josh Strife videos on it. Because the game itself, it's not worth a try, even for nostalgia purposes. Let's talk about Portal. No, not that Portal. The Flash version of Portal. We all know that the official Portal has some of the coolest and most innovative gameplay mechanics ever made. The Portal series is legendary, and there was a Flash version of it, and it came out before the official Valve game was released. How the hell did that happen? The creators of the game watched the trailers for Portal 1 and were super impressed, as they implemented Portal's mechanics into Flash, and they created puzzles which was based on all the pre-release content they could find from different trailers, gameplay footage and artworks. So they released the game 1 day before the official game came out. Unless you have been living under a rock, the premise of the game is super simple. You play as Shell, I mean this generic guy who I have never seen before. I do wonder if they made a playable character a guy, because by looking from the trailers you could not see that you played as a woman. Anyway, the game mechanics are simple but super deep, as you are gifted a portal gun which have 2 buttons where you can either create a blue or orange portal, and they both connect to each other. Now you also keep your momentum when going through the portal, so if you jump from a great height you will keep that momentum when you go out the other portal, which can help you fly great distances. All of these mechanics just gives the game unlimited potential as a puzzle game. The puzzles themselves are very like the official Portal game. There are like 40 in total, which gets progressively harder the longer you go on. And there is a whole documentary video on the creation of this game, and I highly recommend it. One less interesting fact is that the Flash version was composed by Jonathan Colton, and this man also wrote the song Still Alive, which is in the actual main Portal game. Now that is amazing. Now before Flappy Bird completely stole the concept, the creator suffering a mental breakdown and removing the app, people were so addicted to the concept that they were literally buying phones that had the game installed on them for a higher price. Yeah, that was a weird time. And it's kind of funny in hindsight when there was a free version of it on PC all this time. Helicopter game is, well, you hold down your left mouse button and you need to dodge the obstacles. That's it. It goes on forever. So it's just about getting as far as you can. Simple, but it did inspire a whole new genre. What a brilliant idea, letting you create songs on your own from free instruments where you can choose the style. And I gotta say, you can make some pretty decent sounding songs in this game. and the game is great at making you feel like you know what you're even doing, even though you're not. It's a simple but kinda deep game. The newbies will love it, but also professional musicians or just musicians who wants to take it a step further will have some really fun interactions with the game. There are also some cutscenes from... is that the Postal guy?
Dude, take this crazy ear-shattering punk music!
Yeah, dude, it's blowing my fucking mind.
Dude, what? I can't hear you!
Whoa! I'm talking to a penguin! Damn, dude, I shouldn't have eaten those brownies before I came here.
It's a fun installment, but the sequel took things even further because instead of choosing a style to play, you can now choose the individual accords, which now opens up a whole new realm of possibilities. Now the game is much more harder than its previous installments, a bit to the point that it kinda becomes off-putting to noobs. Though it was almost as popular as the first one, and it also had a main story. Ish, as you can go and play at concerts now. You will also play your notes and one instrument with your keyboard in a QTE fashion. The game also added a huge customization wardrobe to change your band. It also added a fourth member which allows for even more tinkering. Overall, it's a genius idea. Really fun to just play around, and it actually makes you feel like a total real punk rockstar. Madness Combats. Oh, how I love you. It's probably my favorite thing to come out of Flash. Now I will start by talking about the animation and Madness Combat in general before I talk about the actual game. The franchise was created by Crinkles, who uploaded his animations on Newgrounds. The overarching story takes place somewhere in Nevada as we follow the main character Hank, who is going on a rampage. Why? Who knows? It's probably the bloodiest and goriest Flash animation to have ever come out, and what's important is you don't really have to think about the story or characters and whatnot. The creator himself has said, as long as it's cool, then it goes through. It's the mantra where coolness over anything else. The first Madness Combat video came out in 2002, yeah, that far back, but it was not the first video that depicted the now famous Madness Combat characters. No, that started in a video about shooting people from a cannon into a huge marshmallow. What's important to know is that although Flash games were fairly simple and fast to program and get out, as I have mentioned, it took only maybe a few days or weeks for a fairly big Flash game to come out, but animations took way longer. And Madness Combat was no different, as even in the early days on Flash, there were only maybe 1 or 2 episodes of Madness Combat coming out each year, and the recent ones take several years each because it's harder to animate with more stuff on the screen, better movement, and it's just overall more advanced in quality. So I guess I should try to tackle the plot. So it starts off with Hank just chilling in the park when some dude with a boombox is standing near him playing the Chicken Dance song. And this would be the single biggest mistake in this whole universe because Hank is annoyed by the volume, I suppose, and gets hit for asking him to turn it down. And the story goes from someone playing a song a little bit too loud to a story about government conspiracy, cloning, immortality, humble beginnings, am I right? Just look at the Madness wiki. There are so many pages on the different lore, the characters and whatnot for what's supposed to be a simple premise. It has some of the most extensive lore I have ever witnessed. There are also many reoccurring characters that meets with Hank. You got my boy Jesus, who has a binary sword, he can shoot electricity, he can revive the dead, though they come back as green zombies. He can even stop bullets with his hands. He starts off as the main antagonist of Hank, but shows that he's more complicated than that later on, as he even stars in his own episode. He's overall one of the coolest depictions of Jesus ever. Well, after South Park's Jesus, that is. My favorite character by far is Tricky the Clown, who is just this insane character who often breaks the fourth wall. He actually has honor as he gives an unarmed Hank a weapon, able to go into super speed, beating both Jesus and Hank. And it's just so cool to watch. and I would not really say that he's a villain or a bad guy, he's more of a anomaly who is just doing whatever he wants. There is also the Auditor, who is the main antagonist, but he's first revealed in like episode 8, Inundation, who has some of the most powerful abilities in the whole series, and it just seems that it's impossible to kill him. Oh yeah, he's also the leader of the whole organization and, you know, all the different armies and troops that we see throughout the game. And what is this organization called, you ask? It's called AAGW, which translates to Agency Against Hank Wimbledon. That's right, they made a whole agency just to take down Frank. And it reminds me of when Napoleon escaped Elba and came back to France. The rest of Europe declared war not on France, but on Napoleon. This has never happened before in history, so yeah, Hank is a badass. Now, there are also spin-off-ish episodes which often come in the 5.5, 6.5, etc. which follows two new characters, Deimos and Sanford, who are trying to help Hank. They started off by just assisting him by dropping off a sword and then promptly being crushed afterwards, but they seemingly somehow survived and would become Hank's greatest allies and being popular enough to get their own fully produced spin-off episodes. They mostly battle the same goons as Hank, but you can also tell that they are not on the same level as him. Their main goal is to always support Hank though, be it assisting him in combat or to help resurrecting him. It's really cool that these filler episodes run alongside adjacent to the main story, so there are videos showing side by side as both of these scenes are happening at the same time. Hank pretty much dies in every episode he's in except for the first one, and I just love how in each subsequent episode Hank gets more and more inhumane, where it starts with some bandages to the now iconic trench coat and red glasses, but he just becomes less and less human as he starts to miss his entire jaw, or later when he comes back with something like a crab claw and he's starting to get bigger. I just think it's a nice touch that the animations gets more and more unrealistic, dark, gritty, and more supernatural elements are added, and this happens while Hank is becoming less human, but more like a monster to match the upped insanity. It's a nice touch. As I have mentioned, it's as if each new episode tries to be bigger, badder, and more bloody, and they always succeed on that front. Also, did I forget to mention the absolute banger of a soundtrack that these episodes have? They were created by Cheshire, and sure, the visuals, the kills, the movements, all of that are great bones for series and perfect in themselves. But man, the music helps to elevate it so much to the next level, and when you hear that beats drop and it's connected to the kills, it just becomes peak. My favorite song is by far Madness Combat 4 main theme, and when the beat drops, it's just so damn good. Madness Combat was popular enough that it also got its own Madness Day just like Pico, where tons of people made fan-made animations and games, and I would say that he became more popular than Pico. And man, looking at some of these animations and their popularity, as many has millions of views and many actually started their careers making fan-made animations of Madness Combat. And the contest is still going on even to this day, once a year. And I think the reason as to what made this series so popular was the edginess, of course, the smooth animation, but also how simple many of the characters were and how to recreate them. The Madness characters looked fairly similar to a little more advanced stick figure, and this in turn gave tools for anyone to create something in that universe, as there were tons of fan-made stuff, and let me talk about a few of them. One of the winners of the first Madness Day back in 2007 was EM549, who made a parody animation called Happiness Apotheosis, which is a direct parody of the aforementioned episode. where instead of killing people, he's just a nice guy who wants others to feel joy, so he just goes around making people happy. And that's how you do a proper parody, and it works so well in this format. Gabriel Barsh is one of the most acclaimed animators when it comes to making the fan-made Madness Combat videos, as he has done a ton of them, and there are so many good ones. My favorite are probably the ones with the OC with a yellow shirt, and specifically the episode Madness Vandalization, which follows this new guy who has a yellow shirt and everyone loves him until yellow shirts are now banned, and he's targeted for extermination and all hell breaks loose. Now it's more memey and not dead serious like the main franchise, but looking at the views for this video, it's insane. It's just as popular as the official videos of Madness Combat, and he's still making Madness inspired videos to this day, which is just so cool to watch. It's not often you see fan-made stuff get on the same level as the original. There have also been many games in the Madness Combat series, but most of them were fan-made or tributes, and the official games, they have been pretty good, especially Project Nexus, which is literally a Madness Combat animation, but as a game. I think if I would compare to something, it would be like South Park Stick of Truth, where it plays exactly like the TV show in terms of movement and animation and visuals. You play as the lead character Hank, but also as Deimos and Sanford, and it's just so amazing. Sure, it's not as graphic or bloody as the animations, but it's still so fun to play. Sure, the goals tends to always be the same, and it does get a bit repetitive, but the enemy types, the boss fights, and overall just madness and chaos is definitely worth it if you're a fan of Madness Combat. It fixed many issues of the first Madness Combat games, which they didn't feel right at all, and they just kinda sucked. Here the melee and range combat is near perfection. There's also a slow-mo mode. There are tons of different weapons for you to use, which all feels and sounds different. Now I'm not sure if I'm doing something wrong, but when you fight against these big giant versions, you need to remove their masks before killing them, but sometimes I swear to God it's bugged, and it does not matter how many bullets I shoot at them, they stay on. Even when I shoot them from behind, like am I forced to take them off with melee weapons? It's never really clear. Crinkles is still making new videos, and they are getting tons of views, but the issue is that his channel and most of his content has been demonetized for a long time, which means he's not making any money off most of them, and it makes sense since a lot of advertisers do not want their types of ads on Madness Combat. But Madness Combat is by far one of the most beloved Flash franchises by its community, and I at least recommend that you watch all the mainline animation episodes. It's going to blow your mind and leave your utmost desires satisfied. Whack Your Boss. One of the coolest Flash games, if you can qualify it as such. This game came out in 2004 and it was legendary, especially among office workers who dreamt of doing this to their bosses. It's pretty much just an over-glorified animation, but it's classified as a game because you get to choose in which way you kill the boss. And man, most of these are so creative, it's just enjoyable to watch all the different animations. It's pure nostalgia. Tactical Assassin. Hell yeah. Such a simple concept used in the best way possible. Give us a crosshair and a sniper, a brief description of who we are going to kill, that's it. It's just something about killing stickmen that never gets old. The first game is super simple, where you only get a few hints and descriptions of who you need to kill, then you kill a target. No real changes except that you might need to be a bit more creative with the kills, like waiting until this guy goes inside a building and then shoot him through the window in order to not alert any of the guards. The second game gave more incentive to save up money and get to higher levels, as you could buy different weapons, attachments, drugs and ammo. I'm not sure what happened in the third game, as sure it's more realistic-ish, and the missions they are more varied, but the huge flaw that I cannot overlook is this. If you fail the mission, you get a minus $500 penalty, so if you are stuck on a mission, you can easily lose all of your money you have saved up, and it sucks because you barely get anything when you actually finish your maps. And I would honestly say that it's easily the weakest part of the series. Tactical Assassin might have been the most popular Assassin franchise, but there were so many others as these types of games were so easy to make and you did not really need any great art skills to make them. Just draw a Stickman crosshair and a few figures and you're done. The one flaw with these games is simply that it was hard to innovate such a simple concept, and they quickly died off. Super Smash Flash. The budget version of Super Smash Bros. And even allowed 2 players to play on the same computer on it. It had so many aspects from the real game, such as the adventure and challenges where you can unlock tons of new characters. They even got an announcer for the voices. Honestly, it's a great Smash clone and there is not much to complain about. I guess my only gripe would be that the AI is pretty stupid, as you can win games in a moment due to poor programming, and that the game sometimes feels a bit cloudy or floaty, as you don't have full control of your character. There is no real weight to them. Now there is a video that has documented the whole game, how it was made, etc. I recommend you watch that one instead. It gives great insight into how the Flash game were made. This franchise is hands down the most successful Flash game by far, and it's undeniable the greatest tower defense game of all time. Now, Bloons Tower Defense did not start off as a tower defense game, instead it was a dart game where you threw darts at balloons where you had to pop a X amount of them, where it would become harder and harder. And overall, it's actually a really funny game, and according to the creator of the game, it was his wife that inspired him to create these games. Quote, "When Steven asked her what would be fun in a new game, she brought up carnival games with darts and balloons, and that's what started it." Balloons found immediate success, where it was played around 100,000 times per day, and now I shit you not, by 2011, I can't believe I'm saying this, but the game had been played more than 3 billion times. I have no idea how many other Flash games can even come close to such numbers. But 3 billion times, that's pure insanity. But it makes sense, because really popular IP, really cool concept, what's there not to like? But it started with Dart and then it became a tower defense game. And it was based on the Warcraft 3 community driven and created games which were turret defense games on multiplayer, which people loved, and these mods often became more popular than many other official mods, so yeah, they were successful. So they made a Balloons game out of it, and man, it became popular. The first game, it's K-Man simple with only a few turrets to choose from, but the hardest part is that there is only one map and no difficulty. It's hard as fuck. I have not managed to finish this game, it's just too much. You don't get that much money and every tower is so expensive, like over 800 for a bomb turret? The fuck? But it was also very fast paced compared to other games on the market, which made it so popular. It's such a simple but perfect concept, and how each new installment gets better, it's just amazing to witness. Like adding more towers, more types of different balloons, ones with more layers or camo ones that needs detection to spot. All towers also have different build paths now, which gives you hard choices as to which path you wanna take, as the paths are polar opposites in terms of their abilities, and it's great. You can start to upgrade and buy extra stuff outside of the game with the cash you earn. It's not just balloons anymore, there are zeppelins now, and by Bloons 6 the game hit its all-time peak. It's still super popular. YouTubers and streamers constantly play the game, but I believe Bloons 5 was the last game developed in Flash, and it makes sense since it came out in 2011. Now, I loved Bloons Tower Defense 5. On Flashpoint I have around 16 hours played, higher than any other game on Flashpoint for me. It's insane to compare the difference between where it all started to where it's at now. It's great to see how they knew they had hit the jackpot with this franchise and they just went with it. And they deserve all the success they are getting. I still play Bloons Tower Defense 6, as it's a great time waster and just unending content. I highly recommend you buy the 6th game. But also try out the earlier ones, as the whole franchise has too much content and you will not be let down. Another lane-based game, but this might be one of the best ones. Warfare 1917 takes place on the Western Front during World War I, where you can either play as the British or the Germans, where the objective is to reach the other side with your men. You can build different units who have different strengths and weaknesses, like line infantry, snipers, machine gunners, tanks, etc. Your units will run towards the closest trench, and then you can choose if you want to do an all-out attack with them. Towards the end, you can even start to build tanks, which are just so damn cool. You have to be careful, as you can lose without letting the enemy reach your side, because if your morale meter goes too low, when you lose too many units without progressing towards the enemy, you will automatically lose. Between each mission you can also use skill points to upgrade either your infantry, artillery, tanks or different stuff. But you can never upgrade everything in one playthrough, so you can try a completely different build on subsequent playthroughs. You can also call in artillery barrages, mustard gas, which is super effective against tanks and infantry alike, but they have long cooldowns. It's a great game, but the sequel, Warfare 1944, improves on a ton of things, as it lets you play as either the Americans or the Wehrmacht. And there are a few changes, such as making the game a lane defense-ish game. It's different, where you can produce more than just one unit at a time, and instead you have resources that you gain over time, and that you have to choose which lane you put them on, because now there are 3 lanes instead of just 1. There are more units to buy, a bigger skill tree. There's also a difference between these lanes, as the upper and lower ones, if they get to the other side, you will not win, you will only lower the morale, and also they will flank your enemy. But you win the game by having 1 unit cross the enemy line in the middle, then you automatically win. Honestly, great series, much replayability. You will have some fun here. Took me maybe 40 minutes on each game to finish both campaigns. Highly recommend. Yeah, that's actually right. Club Penguin is classified as a Flash game, and man, the tale of Club Penguin it's so tragic. Being so huge, having such influence on so many people's, and especially kids' childhoods, and then just being shut down. And then there was also the drama with the new servers. Ugh. The main issue was that the game was aimed towards kids, but it's still the most successful Flash game by far. I won't go too much in depth about the game. Hell, I made a whole complete video on that topic, so if you wanna check that one out for a more extensive history of it, yeah, go watch that one. Club Penguin was probably the most popular MMO Flash game. It was a haven for kids who wanted to have fun after a hard day at school. Being able to play so many mini-games, interact with your friends, go to different parties with all the different themes. It's just tragic how this game was shut down after being bought by Disney, where the game just became a huge advertisement for Disney's own products, rather than trying to make the game as good as possible. Waddle on, my friends. I need to start off by saying that sadly, Rebuild does not seem to work properly. It was removed from Flashpoint for some reason, and it does not work on Newgrounds or Armor games where the list of survivors don't come up, which makes it impossible to play the game. So I bought it on Steam instead. It was dirt cheap, so why not? The game is kinda like SimCity, but with zombies, and more of an RPG aspect. There is a slight learning curve, as the game kinda throws much at you at the same time at the start, and I would say that the tutorial it's kinda bad. But once you get into it, it becomes quite simple. You have different people who have different skills, as some are better at diplomacy, military, scavenging, building, and science. You have 4 options when you want to do something in a foreign territory. You can scout it, which will reveal what resources the place has and reveal the area around it. You can also scavenge the place, which will yield you food. You can also recruit survivors, kill zombies, which allows you to reclaim the place. And once that's done, you can turn that new building into something else, like let's say a farmhouse or school, etc. Furthermore, you also need to defend your base, as zombies will constantly attack you randomly during nighttime. You can see the percentage of the chance of an incoming attack, and you tally up your defense points towards the amount of zombies attacking. You can manually decide how many people you want defending the base at all times, which increases your defense score. There are also tons of different buildings and areas in the game, from farms that gives you passive income of food, apartments and suburbs which gives you housing to recruit more survivors. Then there are bars, churches, science labs, which helps with morale, but labs can help you research better weapons, farming tools or scouting equipment. For a Flash game, there is tons of content in the game. However, there are not many reasons to replay the game other than difficulty, because for some reason you can get all the different endings in one single playthrough, and there are like 3 or 4 of them, which is really weird. For example, you can finish the game by finding a cure, creating a government. How that's even an ending is quite weird, like how does this solve the apocalypse? My government rules over less than 50 people. Alright, you can also destroy the evil portal from spawning the zombies, interesting choice. So more or less there is a military win, a science win and a diplomatic win, clearly inspired by the Civilization franchise. The second game is, it's pretty much the same, and I wish there was more new stuff for you to do, but it's just that the UI has been improved and it also adds more RPG choices. For example, should you take this weapon and loot it for yourself or share it with the rest of the camp? Should you allow a zombie rights protester to preach about it? And each choice does have consequences, and if you choose the wrong one, people will become unhappy and some might even die. But the issue is once again that there is not much replayability, as you can once again get all the endings in one playthrough. The new art style is kinda cool, as it's more realistic and gritty. It's more befitting the setting, but I still miss the more unique, cartoony and blocky art style from the first game. The story behind the creator of Rebuild, it's quite charming, as she made Rebuild in Flash and her husband made Fantastic Contraption in Flash, and they seem to still be making games to this date. I saw how the recent game I Was a Teenage Exocolonist, and it seems to be a great game as it has a score of overwhelmingly positive on Steam. And I don't know, I just find it so charming how 2 partners in life work together to make games, and how Flash was the reason for it. It makes it all better. If you want content, Kingdom Rush is your friend, because there is tons of it here. We are talking about 26 maps, and I played maybe around 7 and it took me an hour, and they get longer and longer, but it never really becomes unfair. And just like in Bloons Tower Defense, you have an X amount of lives, and if enough enemies reaches the end, you will lose lives and then die. But unlike Bloons, you can only build buildings at certain locations, where you either build towers, which deals damage to enemies such as archers, mages or bombers, but you can also build barracks, which will spawn allied foot soldiers who will stand in the way and take aggro from enemies, so you need a good balance between these two. Furthermore, you can also use spells like Raining Inferno and summon units, which are super helpful, and there is a short cooldown on them. The game frequently keeps on unlocking new towers for you to build, which is great. You always have something new to experiment with, and the variety is great here, and also makes it difficult to choose which tech direction you wanna go in. My favorite by far is the fully upgraded Mage Tower, which just saps enemies like a bug zapper. The enemy variety is immense. Some are faster, slower, more health, deals more damage, or they have better resistance or outright immunity towards either physical or magic attacks. and they all have a different difficulty, and there are some mini bosses and also some bosses, and man, they are hard as hell. The thing I love the most about the game though is the star system, where you get an X amount of stars at the end of each completed mission, and you get more stars if you don't let enemies through at the end, and these are not here for just achievements or window dressing. No, the stars you gather, you can actually use them to upgrade your towers and abilities, which is smart as hell, and it makes you go back to previous map to get more stars so you can upgrade your towers. It's genius. I can also see why this series became so popular on the phone, because it was pretty much made for it, and Kingdom Rush is a certified banger. Commando is amazing. And these games are pretty much good enough that they could easily be on the arcade. Hands down some of the most tight controls I've ever played with in a Flash game. They play pretty much exactly like Metal Slug, which it's heavily inspired by. And it's also just as hard, because the only issue is that, man, they might be a little bit too hard. Trying to finish the first game with only 3 lives is just insane, and there are like 5 maps with bosses. Difficult platforming and no extra lives. You can only attack in 3 directions, left, right and up. But the production value is amazing here. Each map looks and plays differently, many types of enemies, and it never becomes unfair. The sequel, Commando 2, improves so many things, as you can now shoot wherever you point your mouse, which gives you a 360 aim, which helps out. You can also choose between a male or a female character this time around, and the best and coolest system is, instead of picking up weapons like in the first Commando, you can now choose your own personal loadout before each map, and there are tons of different choices here. And you also unlock tons more through just playing the game. And my god, this game, it's hard. Yes, there are more enemy types, more platforming, but you do start with 10 lives, so that's nice, but the game is long, and it's fun for hours. Now, a bit of a confusing part though is that when you pick up ammo, it's only for the weapon you have equipped. So if you mistakenly pick up ammo for the wrong weapon type, you're kinda fucked. And then Commando 3 was released, and yeah, it's the Flash sequel curse.
Look! Look! What the fuck is this?
What did they do to the visuals here? Why does it look more realistic? It's so bizarre looking, and it's as if you compared Teen Titans to Teen Titans Go. It's just so fucking off, man. Also, the game just runs like ass. I tried to play it on 2 different platforms, it's just so laggy. What the fuck happened here? I wonder if it's because Miniclip is pretty much shut down by now. Regardless, it's pretty much impossible to play this one. And what a sad ending to an otherwise legendary franchise. Shadez, another game with Z at the end, because everything that ends with a Z is cool. The first game is not that much like other games, as here the art is black. Yeah, a lot of blackness, and sometimes it works great, but sometimes they blend into the environment a little bit too much, and it's difficult to find the units and see them. The game is quite simple, as you have a certain amount of money which you need to balance between researching new units and producing them. You gain more money in each round, but also for each soldier you manage to get to the other side, and it's a cool game. You can also call in artillery strikes to take out the enemy's big stuff, produce tanks, helicopters and foot soldiers. It does get a little bit repetitive though, since it's the same stage over and over and over again. The sequel is so much better. But also, it's pretty much a completely new game, as it's more of a strategy game a la Command and Conquer, where you need to build factories, supply depots, refineries, you even need to buy harvesters, which now gives you the resources. Instead of just fighting a mirror of yourself in this game, you fight aliens, who has their own units and buildings. The goals are always different. The most common one is to destroy the alien base, but some require more finesse, like the one where you need to evacuate civilians before the aliens kill them. There are many different units for you to build, and my only issue is that it's quite difficult to control your units, both due to the art style being a bit too dark, but also because they tend to clump up and it's hard to remove the direct control over units and buildings when you click on them. You also gain experience which you can use to upgrade pretty much anything in the game, and I'm so glad that this game just stepped it up in terms of a sequel. Unfortunately, the third installment, Shadez 3, is pretty damn hard to play as no website allows you to play it. I'm not sure why you can play the first and second game, but the third game, you can't even find it. Hobo. One of the weirdest games in this video by far. You literally play as a hobo. All of your attacks are disgusting, like using snot, spit, poop, piss, and much more as you rampage through the city after being awakened after sleeping at the town dump, because everyone in this universe seems to hate hobos. And honestly, the gameplay is not that bad. It's a side-scroller beat 'em up as you learn more combos the further you get into the game, and by the end you will have tons of different combos to use. Now the biggest danger in all of these games is when the enemies manage to sandwich you. You always want your enemies to be on the same side and then stun lock them with combos. My favorite is probably the puke and diarrhea super attacks. I can't believe that the premise for each and every game is the same. You're awoken by someone punching you and then you go on a rampage for being disturbed, and it starts off relatively normal, like fighting cops and whatnot in the city, prisoners and guards when you go to jail, aliens later on who steals all of your moves and clones you and now you need to get them back. Yeah, that's not weird enough, because after that you go to hell. That's right, Hobo dies and goes to hell where we learn new hell attacks. And after killing Satan himself, we go to heaven in Hobo 7. That's right, there are 7 of these games and nothing has changed. I don't know if I should be impressed or appalled by all of this. I don't know what there is to say. Like, it's a solid beat 'em up game. And if you can handle its disgustingness, then give it a shot. Like, it's actually pretty good, but otherwise stay far away from this title. Swords and Souls. Have you ever wanted to play Grind the game? Well, you found it, because Swords and Souls is one of the grindiest games I have ever played, but it's a good type of grind. But it's also that the grind is the game. And it's kinda hard to describe what type of game this actually is, because it's like a mishmash of many genres such as RPG, where you can increase your different stats, you can also upgrade your passive and active skills. The combat is automatic, at least your auto attacks, but on your turn you can use active skills such as poison, shield bash to stun enemies, but you also have a big variety of potions and magic to use. But yeah, the biggest part of this game, as mentioned, is the grind, as you need to train to become stronger, and there are 5 mini-games where you train your different attributes. The trick is to keep a combo for as long as possible without messing up, and also collecting the stars, which gives you more experience. My favorite one is probably the dodge training, where you need to time your dodge to the puppet's attack, which is fun, but it gets faster and faster and you will become paranoid after a while. The one I hated the most though is the shield one, where you need to block apples from all directions and it becomes impossible quickly. But overall, all of these are really enjoyable. They're all unique and you need to level up all of them, so that's great. Now the main story or progression, I don't know what to call it. The Colosseum is where you fight enemies, which gets harder each time, and there are like 30 ranks of them, and they can easily go from being the easiest shit ever to clapping your ass 1 second later. So the loop is win against arena guys, get fucked, go train, rinse and repeat, and that's the whole game. You can also come home to your big titty goth wife, and build your house for some extra XP. There is a museum to track your achievements and also gain passive income. You can also buy new weapons, armors and shields at the shop, as well as potions and magic spells. Swords and Souls is probably one of the Flash games I spent the most time in while recording for this video, and that says something about it at least. If you wanna try it, do it. So imagine Papa's Pizzeria, but with weapons. That's Jacksmith. You create weapons for soldiers and you need to create the correct type of weapons for each soldier who uses them against specific types of enemies, and just like in the Papa series, you need to take the order, heat up the metals, hammer, polish it and put it all together, and then you get a grade on it. The interesting part is how each weapon has a different process. I described how swords are made, but the bows, for example, need to be straightened, axes need to be put together piece by piece, and shields needs to be painted and crested. And this is great, and honestly, it's much more varied than the foods from the Papa's games. Aside from crafting weapons, those weapons actually have a huge impact, as after each crafting session, the people who ordered your weapons will go into actual battle with the various creatures where you can pick up gems and resources and you follow them. And if your weapons are better crafted, the units will do better in battle, but if you created shit weapons, they will struggle. This is such an interesting mechanic. Now if you kill all the enemies, you will be rewarded with extra resources but also new recipes. But here's the issue. There are so many different crafting materials and recipes, and choosing between 10 different handles or something, or decide which type of metal you're gonna use, gold, iron, copper, etc. It's hard to know exactly what you need to buy from the shop for the recipe in general, because it's not shown unless you open up the recipe book, which can be a hassle. Jacksmith is in many ways adding new elements to the Papa series, but I feel that it tried to add too much here and it made it way more complicated than it should be. It's too bad because they never released a sequel with a more streamlined recipe book, because this is the best smithing game I have ever played. It's just too bad that they could not fix this recipe book. Don't shoot the puppy. I don't think I have ever been tricked this many times in a game. Yeah, the only thing you need to do in this game is to not kill the puppy. But man, this game tricks you so damn hard and you will fall for it. This fucking game got me so many fucking times. Look at this. If you move your mouse, you will shoot and kill the puppy. So don't move your mouse, right? Simple, right? How can you even fail at this game? Well, this game got me bad. We are talking about making the dog as annoying as possible, taking a year to cross the finish line. They will pop up literal ads in your face, black screen your screen, and they will even change your mouse pointer to a hammer that wants to hit the nail, but you can't because then you lose. But the one that got me the most, and the most evil one by far, is when I clicked continue as you need to do before each stage, it didn't disappear. So I thought, I must not have clicked, or maybe I missed it. But no, it was a trap all along, because guess what? And if you click on it more than once, you killed the puppy. Because you have to click it once, and then you have to wait, and then the continue will go away. And I shot the dog. This game, man. 10 out of 10 in psychological manipulation. Fuck this game. Bloxhead is such a weird game. It's a puzzle game, but the tone and music of it is what makes it stand out. It's this metallic and rusty world, and the music just sells it. This could have easily been a soundtrack in a horror game. The game is about moving your block into the hole. Probably an analogy to be made here, but nah. It starts off relatively easy, but god does it get difficult fast as you need to align it perfectly to get it into the hole. You also need to activate platforms and even split off your block into 2 parts where you can control both at the same time, and the name Bloxors, I love it. And it's like every game changed out the S for a C. I don't know where the trend started, was it due to Dragon Ball Z? Anyway, and it's a well-known game, but it's not regarded as a great game, which is tragic, as I think it should be more well-regarded. It's really solid. Bubble Struggle. Every kid and their neighbor used to play this game on their computer or laptop. Hell, I even saw someone play it on their laptop in 2023, and somehow it's one of the most popular Flash games ever. You can either play it as solo or with a partner. The goal is to destroy all the balls. There are small balls, medium balls, big balls and gigantic balls. Many dick jokes to be made in this video, lads. Also, this game is quite evil as you can't play it safe, as you are always on a timer which forces you to take risks and kill the balls in maybe not the best situations. The balls will also sometimes drop power-ups, which can be more money for a high score. Yeah, I can't say I'm a huge fan of the whole high score thing. It never means something. But they also drop watches, which increase the time limit, ropes that will stay in place with razor wire. Also, the shooting is fairly unique as you cannot shoot another rope or attack before it either hits a ball or hits the roof, which makes you vulnerable for a short moment. The attack will also stay in place for a short moment, which means you can use it to your advantage to shoot a little ahead of the ball and then it will bounce into it. The later levels are hell. How anyone managed to finish them back in the day, I have no idea. I mean, just look at this last stage. Insanity. Extreme Pamplona. I used to love this game for one simple reason. Sweden was mentioned. You would maybe think that this would be an endless runner, but no, it's a running game with different stages as you travel throughout the world, starting in Spain where you are chased by a bull, but after you finish the stage you can now choose where you wanna go. And there are actually many paths and maps to choose from, as each stage is a different country in Europe where the stages will be different, like how in Netherlands you jump over boats and bridges. In Sweden you are in a Swedish sauna being chased by this half-naked man, or going to England where you are chased by this guy for not having a license. The maps are also quite unique in terms of them having different mechanics, such as in Russia where you need to climb to different platforms doing parkour instead of just running to the right. Both Britain and France lets you choose which path you wanna take to the goal, and in the Swedish sauna you have to dodge the fires or you will jump back, and you need to avoid the fat dudes as they will make you bounce back. Honestly, I really love these types of games much better than the endless runners. Sure, it's very basic where you only need to jump, but again, it works. It doesn't need to be more than this. Another good endless runner, but the run takes it to the next fucking level, as it has a full 360 dimension to play around in. And you can run all over the place. You wanna run on the roof? No problem. You wanna run on the walls? No problem. You can do anything here. You do need to time your jumps though, as certain areas will start to fall after you touch it once, and some of these can get really difficult later on, and the music in this series is just I love it. The second game, it's a bit more linear in terms of not much surface to play on. It's more confined and is instead focused on you jumping over blocks. However, the first two games share the same issue in terms of your eyes becoming strained quite fast. So only play these games in short sessions. The third game, however, is the tits, as everything is better and improved. There is even a story here. You can unlock multiple characters by just playing the game, and they're all unique as they have their own different abilities. For example, how some are better at jumping, some are faster, and some can even access different maps. Fun series, even better music. I'm actually gonna say something controversial here, but I think that Shopping Cart Hero is easily one of the worst get as far as you can games. Seriously, it's so painfully slow compared to other games like Learn to Fly or Flight. In those games you constantly feel as if you are progressing, but here, I don't know, man, it feels like I'm doing 10 attempts just so I can buy some shitty new wheels, rinse and repeat. The only thing that this game has that makes it stick out are its tricks and styles, which gives you extra bonus modifier to increase your points and money at the end. Which is a cool mechanic, but then it also has items that are lost when you crash, like your groupies and helmets. Why? Also, am I wrong to say that the lack of music or catchy sound is off-putting as hell, especially in a game which is supposed to be
excellent?
But here it's just, there is no real raw or edginess in the game. Like, what am I missing? I think the second game is complete trash simply due to how slow the progression is. Like, how the hell can the first wheels cost 1,200 and you get like 200 at the start? That's like 6 tries to buy the first thing. Progression sucks balls in this game. Now they do kind of fix it in the third game, as there are more items, they are cheaper, but it still has the same issues. Things are too pricey and you don't feel as if you are progressing enough. And also just a little after the start, and also the fact that it has a premium cash tab where it's literally pay to win. It feels as if the game was made grindier on purpose so people would buy microtransactions. Overall, I really do not understand why people like this series compared to other games of its genre. This one, it's not even close to the top 10.
Shut the fuck up! Know your fucking place, trash!
And we're back with a Night Roam game, because they are just the masters of flash games. Final Ninja Zero is artistically beautiful. It has many different mechanics like wall jumping, sliding, it even has a grappling hook or rope that you can use at any time and you can swing in any direction. It's awesome. And you can even throw shurikens. You can go into ninja stealth to avoid enemies, like what's there not to like? There is great platforming here, so you have full control over your character. There are laser walls, drones and even boss fights later on, and there even is some story elements in there. There are 22 maps in total, which is insane as most of them are huge. Honestly, there is not much more I can say about this one other than try this one out. Little Wheel. What a beautiful game. It's very short, but so sweet. The dark and white contrasts make it look so unique to stand out. And it's this type of style that makes the game look timeless, and that's a very positive compliment. And it has a good premise. The energy source is suddenly cut off and all of the robots in this city are unpowered for over 10,000 years until one little bot is activated and you must restore the power. And throughout the game you will solve puzzles which can be quite tricky, but not tricky enough that you need to look them up, which is a perfect middle point you wanna be at, and which many other puzzle games fail at. Otherwise, it's a point and click game which will take you around maybe 10 minutes to finish, but those 10 minutes are worth it. Trust me, try this one out. Slow motion makes everything better, and this game proves it. Maybe it's not one of the most popular or best Flash games, but it's easily one of the most well-known ones, as it's probably one of the best games when it comes to showing off how fighting in the Matrix would look like in a game, where you can shoot bullets, you can do the iconic bullet time dodge, you can run up walls, do cartwheels and so much more. This game is at its best when you play with another person, and I remember back in the day when I played this with a friend, and since the computers back then, well, they were old and bad and already laggy, so that ultra slow motion was double the slow-mo I'm showing here, and it was just a great time waster and easily one of the most iconic Flash games on this list. Xiao Xiao? Super cool series that combines stick figures and animation with gameplay. Also just really damn weird, as it's a whole damn series, 9 episodes in total, and some of these are straight up movies and animations, but some are games, and that kinda confuses me, but this guy must have worked his ass off, as he managed to release all of these 9 episodes within a span of 6 months. Xiao Xiao 4 is probably my favorite, as it combines a rail shooter mechanic with Stickmin, and it's a pretty good FPS combat simulator, and it's damn hard, but the cutscenes when you move around in 3D are really cool, and the ending cutscene is, well, let's just say the Matrix was really popular during this time. But still, these games were well made by the Flash standard, as this came out in 2002, and I have no idea how we managed to make all of these such high production, and they also evolved with Xiao Xiao 1 looking and by the end they started to look really good. Now, after releasing these 9 games and a spin-off, the creator just disappeared, so I tried looking up where he went, if he had created anything else, etc, but well, it seems that he made 2 more Xiao Xiao videos, but they were commercials for Heineken. Yeah, that's right, he made commercials for beer with Stickmin. That's actually pretty awesome. Now, I did find out something else before the trail went completely cold. Apparently the creator filed a lawsuit towards Nike, yeah, the Nike, due to a copyright infringement. Now you might be wondering, okay, what exactly did they steal? Well, apparently they stole the stick figure. Now I might be stupid, but how the hell does someone steal a stick figure? And this is how it looked like in their commercials. Yeah, I don't know, man. To me it just looks like a stick figure that looks like the stick figure from Xiao Xiao, but it looks unique enough. Anyway, in court, Nike claimed that Shu's Stickman figure cannot be protected by copyright as it lacks originality. They also said that the character was created by a different company where they spent around $3 million on the design. They also accused Xiao of trying to promote himself and his Flash designs by accusing a multinational company of copyright infringement. So, what was the result? Well, imagine my surprise when Shu actually won the case. That's right, Nike was ordered to pay him $36,000 due to copyright infringement, and I find it completely insane how this even went to court. And that he won? Well, Nike appealed the case and it was later deemed to not be the same Stickman as Shu's design. I still just cannot believe that this even happened. After this event, there are no more traces of the creator Shu, and I guess he just moved on from Flash and animation and started maybe working a job. It's kinda scary to see how a person who had such impact on the internet just suddenly disappears with no trace, like we don't see that today anymore. Well, wherever he is, I do wish him the best in life, because Xiao Xiao is a true Flash game and animation classic. QWOP. Fucking QWOP. Another rage game. I remember my friends playing this game at least once and they never picked it up again. And man, these controls are hard as you control the thighs and legs of this athlete and your goal is to run 100 meters without falling. And man, it's easier said than done as the controls and physics are super wonky, in a fun way. You use the controls as the title of the game implies, and sure, it's not a game you're gonna come back to, but it's pretty fun for what it is. Co-op is such a flash game, you know, and the fact that Chariots of Fire main theme is playing in the background only when you are moving forward is such a fun side note. Try it once and never play it again.
I want you to know.
Alice is Dead. A great puzzle/mystery game which is a dark version of the original Alice in Wonderland when we find Alice, well, as the title implies, dead, but we don't know who killed her and we don't know who we play as. And we must find a way out of this hole, and honestly the puzzles are quite good here. Sure, it's kinda hard at the start, but it makes sense the more you play, as you slowly figure out each puzzle and get out of the room where you find a mysterious briefcase and it's revealed that we played as the White Rabbit all along, and how Alice wrote so many times on the walls that she was going to kill the White Rabbit. The sequels kept on expanding the world with more iconic characters, more puzzles and more story. Now apparently the creators are planning a full remaster of the game, which is coming out on Steam later this year, so give it a try. Infectinator. I have talked about many zombie games throughout this video, and this is probably the most unique one, as it's a mix between Plague Inc. and SimCity-ish, where you need to kill all the townspeople and upgrade your virus so you can take over the world. You can upgrade your virus to be more potent, so it can spread through walls, people, and also increase its effectiveness. Then you can also upgrade the virus itself and the zombies, how they can be faster, take less damage, do more damage, increase chance of infection and longer duration before they fall dead. Now you will be attacking towns and cities, and the towns are easy enough, just kill a few people and easy peasy. Now cities are much more difficult as there are tons of people, but they will also spawn people who are not on the screen, and many of them will be military guys, and they can easily kill all of your zombies if they are in enough numbers. You will also be picking up money which is left behind when you kill people. What I absolutely love is how big the game is, because when you destroy towns it unlocks other parts of the world as you slowly but surely infect the whole world. You can also collect famous people or figures and spawn them on the map, like the tank from Left 4 Dead, or Michael Jackson who moonwalks with his zombie crew, and of course Ronald McDonald. It's kind of funny when you try to infect him as he throws burgers at you. Truly an American hero. The music will start to get really grainy towards the end because it never changes, and man, I got tired of the MJ Pixel music. Yeah, that's my main issue with the game. Like, after playing it for maybe 25 to 30 minutes, you will feel exhausted from the sounds and pixels, so I recommend muting this game after like 5 minutes. Otherwise, it's a fun little game. Oh yeah, you know what it is, it's time for some Need for Speed. Oh yeah, Drag Racer version 3 is probably one of the most realistic car games out there on the market. The amount of love this creator poured into this game is amazing. There are tons of different cars which are based on their real life counterparts. The model, the engines, everything is accurate. Sure, it's in PNGs, but you can tell that the guy who made this knew his shit. You can customize everything in the game, changing your engines, like anything you want. It's amazing. For car enjoyers, you're gonna spend tons of time in this menu. You can even install a gaming console into the car, for crying out loud. There are 3 modes you can play: Trial for just practice, or Races where you can bet your money and your car, or just for fun. And lastly, there are the tournaments where you need to beat an X amount of drivers and come in first place, where you get a cash prize and a new car. There are tons of races for you to complete, over like 80 of them. Now the actual gameplay, it's fun and realistic, though it gets a bit repetitive after some time. The one bad aspect of the game is that there's no real tutorial at all, which kinda sucks, as there is a bit of a learning curve at the start of the game on how to buy new stuff, how to install it and how to drive them. It felt a bit lacking. But when you do race, what you need to do is gas with space, but as the game name implies, it's a drag racer, so you manually need to shift gears, and it sounds so cool when you're doing it. And again, it makes it feel like you're in a Fast and Furious movie. So at the start of each race you need to be fast to shift gears, but you also need, like in real life, to release the gas when you're shifting. And be careful, because if you're in the red for too long, you can overheat, which automatically loses you the race. It's a flash game version of Fast and Furious, seriously.
Family, 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 family.
Haunt the House. A charming little game, where your goal is to scare away 30 people who are living in your house, as you play as a ghost that can possess objects, and there are plenty of these objects around the house, and almost every single one has unique interactions. First, you can only move the object, but as the atmosphere on the meter increases, you can do more wild stuff like spooky fingers, lightning, flying objects, animated bears and mooses, and the game is pretty much about just having fun and trying out all of these different scare attractions. As the exit is at the bottom of the house, it can become a bit difficult to scare all the people from the top to the bottom, and if you don't keep up scaring them, they might shake it off and go back to being normal. It's a fun little flash game. The art is cartoony and funny. I just adore it. Tower Blocks. I swear I have seen this game on the iOS, at least some version of it. As stacking stuff is always popular. In Tower Blocks, it's just stack buildings while building a city where you need to drop sections on top of each other. If you drop it precisely over, you get a perfect bonus, though what it does, The cool part is that the bigger your city gets, the more different buildings for you to build are unlocked, like the green and red ones. Where the blue buildings, you can build 10 floors, the red ones 30 floors. Though the green and red buildings have certain prerequisites when putting them on the map. You're only allowed to miss when building 3 times, otherwise game over. I can definitely see why this concept got so addicting early on during the phone era, as it's perfect for the phone. But Tower Blocks apparently came out in 2008, so it was not made for mobile, that's for sure. The game's a little too simple, and honestly it gets a bit boring, a bit too fast, as there's not really that much to do here in terms of variation. From the creator of The Visitor, which I talked about earlier, made another point-and-click game, and man, A Small Favor looks amazing. There is just something so clean about this type of art style. The puzzles are great, you don't need to look them up, and you will find the solution on your own. Yes, there is a bit of backtracking here, but you will travel quite fast, so that's a non-issue. We play as a merc who is tasked to kill a senator, and this will count towards our depths, which is in favors. Yeah, everything's about favors in this game. The game even allows different paths, as you can play this game in different orders depending on whom you want to kill, because you can kill tons of people in this game. Even the quest givers, you can also do different side missions for some extra favor points. Some puzzles are fun, where you need to get through this weapon detector which depowers your gun, and you must find a way to repower it on the other side so you can kill your targets. It's not the best puzzle game, but it's good enough to at least play it once. Of Of course I did not forget one of the greatest co-op Flash games of all time, Fireboy and Watergirl. It's a platformer where the goal is to reach respective exit for each character, and there are some tricky puzzles here where you need to time the correct sequence for lever pulls, being able to evenly put weight on the lifts, and also using a lot of teamwork. Fireboy can run in fire and Watergirl can run in water. If you mess this up, you're dead. Neither can survive the green sludge though. There are tons of maps for you to explore, amazingly many, and this game is kinda hard. You can play the game yourself, but it's gonna be difficult, especially on puzzles that needs you to move the characters at the same time, because again, this game was made with co-op in mind. I also love how the high score on the literal starting screen is misspelled. That just tells you that the game is great. It's no wonder that this game is an all-times classic. It has some of the best puzzles, but also how they implemented the co-op system in it.
Makeover, 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 makeover.
Now, I could not really put one individual game in this section, and hell, I can't ignore one of the biggest genres in Flash games, which were the dress-up games. Now, these were clearly not made towards me, or boys in general. It was mostly for girls who loved these games, and it would not surprise me if this was the most popular Flash game genre, as these types of games were absolutely everywhere, as either ads or at the front page of many Flash portals. And there was dress-up games for anything you can imagine, and the list is huge. What was really popular was the dress-up games that were based on existing IPs, be it Barbie, Avatar The Last Airbender, Totally Spies, you name it, there was a dress-up game for it. Now, I tried a few, and this one about Avatar The Last Airbender was kinda okay, and I created Femboy Aang.
Isn't that cute?
You're very cute, sir.
What the fuck were the creators thinking when they were making these games? Honestly, before playing these, I had no idea how anyone could enjoy them. But the more I played them, the more I actually started to enjoy them. I think it's this satisfaction of putting clothes on that fit perfectly and actually look good, so in a way, they are like puzzle games. What I also think made these games so popular was the fact that these types of games could be mass-produced in short intervals. It would not surprise me if these were done in days, maybe. Because there's no real game, you just need the clothes and the models, and that's it. And this created a perfect cycle and loop where you play one game for 5 minutes, then you jump to another one, and there were always new ones coming out, so people were never forced to play the same dress-up games again. It was doom scrolling before social media, and I understand why it was so popular for many girls, because there were games of every single media that you liked. Dressing up and making their own characters was also popular, and overall, I can't really complain that much about them. It's honestly quite fun to play them when you just let loose. Seriously, try it out. Man, this game is a true masterpiece, and it's so fucking heavy. The game has a simple premise. You find the cure for cancer, but it's revealed that it does more than just kill the cancer cells. It actually kills every living cell in the world, so not just humans, but nature itself. All living beings, which means the total destruction of the world. And that's just a really scary and horrifying premise. And you have one chance with your life to decide what you wanna do in these 6 last days until the end of the world. And throughout the game you will be given choices. Do you go out and celebrate with your colleagues, or do you go back to work? Do you stay home with your family, or do you go back to work? Do you cheat with this woman or not? The choices are difficult as they make you feel like an asshole, and it also questions whether or not you did the right choice. Is it to try and create a cure, or spend the last of your days with your loved ones? And that's also the heart of the game, that sure, some choices are clearly better than others, but in the end, I don't think anyone can say what the perfect or good ending is in this game, and that's such a feat to create for discussions. Now, me and my stupid ass played this game while not recording, and I did not know that it had a permadeath system, so this is my gameplay footage. It works so good at building tension as we see the backgrounds changing, how everything was green at first, the trees were full of apples, then slowly but surely they wither and die. You can also see how the people in the city change from being a vibrant city hub to protests, to crime, and lastly just complete desertion. How people in your office are becoming more and more desperate, losing hope and ultimately giving up. One Chance is a masterpiece that shows that you don't need any gameplay to make a phenomenal Flash game. The storytelling in this game carries the whole game. It's a must play. But I also want to talk about the less recognized work, which is called Buddy, which is made by the same creator. It plays the same as One Chance as you only move with your arrow keys, but man, I don't know how this guy does it, but the music and imagery are just perfect here. You play as a man who is carrying a body. We get brief flashes of him and a woman together. We get flashbacks seeing them together and you wonder, what happened here? But after burying her corpse, you go to a nearby cabin and this is one of the best transitions I have ever seen. And this crescendo towards the end is amazing, where you go down the hall to marry your wife and bang! No music and you are left with 3 choices. 1. You walk out and face the consequences. 2. You go out with a bang. Or 3. It's a really sad game. Sure, the music carries most of it, but there is something here. And just like One Chance, it's a great game. You have probably never heard about this game. Hell, I had never heard about it before, but this game is actually quite addicting. Elements of Arcandia has a really creative gameplay loop where you play a basic match 3 minigame which gives you resources such as different elemental gems that you can use to cast different spells. You also gain rage, which you can use to do melee attacks, to attack the enemies with your weapon. And then there are also coins and chests, which gives you money and also increased chance of loot. The loot you gain after each battle is used to sell in your shop. That's right, you also manage a shop in this game. Your deadbeat father left the shop in your care as he's going out on an adventure, and you can put anything you find into the store and try to sell it, and you will have your shop open for a day at a time. But there's a catch. Your dad also left you with a huge debt, which increases like 5% every single day. Now when you pay off the whole debt, you gain some of your father's items, which are 2 of the best items in the game by far. You can also equip gear that you find in dungeons, which increase your health, unique stats, such as fire spells doing more damage, etc. There are huge combinations here. One bad thing about this game though is the difficulty curve, because the game does an awful job at giving you a tutorial and literally just throws you into the water to learn how to swim. There are so many mechanics thrown at you from the start, which makes it hard to grasp the basic fundamentals, especially the different magic spells and how they work. And speaking of magic, there is also a huge amount of spells that you can choose from in the spellbook, and each spell has different requirements. For example, how Fireball does more damage the more fire gems you have, or how arcane missiles require 4 to 6 arcane gems to use. You can also upgrade pretty much everything in the upgrade shop, where you can increase the amount of orbs and rage that you can stack, also their effectiveness, and how many you get when you pop 3 or more orbs. And if you match 4 or more tiles of the same type, you gain an extra turn. You have 2 turns to swap tiles or do attacks, while the enemy has 1, and then you shift, so it's a bit of a turn-based RPG. Now, what I learned doing later on in the game was using a spell that turns all the coins into chests, which meant that I could always get guaranteed loot and sell it on the market or equip it. It also made it so much easier to get 4 in a row, since all the coins are now chests, so it's easy to get bonus turns. Everything in the game is about money, as you need to pay off your debt, upgrade your store, and buy upgrades for yourself so that you can clear harder dungeons, because if you take too much time to pay off your debt, it's gonna gonna raise its interest too fast, but you also need those upgrades continue to go into harder dungeons, which nets you more gold. The game can be a bit grindy towards the end as you need to upgrade super expensive skills for the hardest dungeons, but it's a super unique game and I think you would love it. Meat Boy, such a beloved game. It's another one of those rage games, but it helped to evolve the genre in terms of its platforming, as it has one of the best and fastest systems to just die and then try again, as you don't even need to press a button to respawn like in so many other games. The controls are fluid, the platforming is excellent, the game is hard, but in the right ways. There are tons of maps and just a flash version which will take you hours upon hours to finish, unless you're really good of course. The game, as mentioned early on in the video, took only 3 weeks to create, which is an insane feat for the future of this franchise that it will become. On a positive note though, the Super Meat Boy 3D was just announced at the Microsoft showcase, which takes Meat Boy into the third dimension, and it looks wild and difficult to sell. But still, I'm glad to see that the franchise is still developing new games. Sadly, everything has to come to an end, even if we don't want it to happen, because in 2016 it was announced that Flash would be discontinued at the end of 2020. There were many articles, many tribute videos giving thanks to the legacy and history that made their lives a little bit better. So 2020 rolled around, and the tragedy of all of this is just 5 years before that announcement in 2016. Flash was still really popular, and it's insane how fast the downfall came after being barred from the iOS. So Flash was now dead, and it would never return. A whole generation in history gone, just like that, and the question on many people's minds were, well, what's going to happen to all the games and animations, because if Flash is gone, will people be able to play them without the Flash plugin? And people were really scared of what the future would be.
I thought you were dead.
My death was greatly exaggerated. So, you're the punk I've heard about.
Alright, I might have overdone it a little bit with the drama. Flash Media Player was quickly replaced with a new media player called Ruffle, and yeah, you can still pretty much play all the Flash games and animations on either Newgrounds or other websites. Now of course the future of Flash is unknown. Yes, it's dead, but there are still people who carry on its legacy. Newgrounds recently made a Flash revival contest where it gave out huge cash prizes to the best game, animations and music. The only demand was it had to be made in Flash. Then it showed that Flash is not fully dead yet. Platforms such as Flashpoint has archived hundreds of thousands of Flash games so that they can still be played today, but most importantly, so that they will never be forgotten or become lost media, as it also serves to preserve the games, as you can download them to your computer if Flashpoint would ever cease to exist. And with that, I have pretty much gone through, well, enough games that I can talk about, and I guess I should end this video. Come on. Oh, you thought I would forget? You thought I would forget about the most popular Flash game of all time on Newgrounds, Friday Night Funkin'? Oh hell no! Sit your ass down, because it's time for a deep dive into this masterpiece as the last game in this video. The game is a mix between Dance Dance Revolution, Parappa the Rapper and Simon Says, where your opponent will sing first and then you will repeat it. You can only take damage when you're rapping. If you make too many mistakes, you lose and you get this funny screen. There are 3 rounds in each week, and there are 8 weeks in total, And each of these new songs, the tempo tends to change, but in most cases increase. First stage tends to be the transformation stage where the opponent transforms into their ultimate form or something. It has become a real trend. There are so many cool Newgrounds characters in the game though. You got the Spooky Boys, Pico, Tankman, whose stages are awesome. And what's really cool is that each character has their own voice and style, which gives them such personalities and it makes them so much more memorable.
Guess it's time you better plug in all your nightlights.
So I looked up the plot of this game and literally the game describes it as this. Uh-oh, you're trying to kiss your hot girlfriend, but her mean and evil dad is trying to kill you. He's an ex-rock star and the only way to get his heart, the power of music. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's a description. There are also so many cool stages in this game. Take for example Hating Simulator stage, where you battle this anime date sim guy named Senpai, who is hitting on your girl, and the bell starts off normally enough, but in the second stage we see his real thoughts. And when we beat him before the third round, we get this. Did the game just do a Mother-free reference? And the art style of all of these stages is just so beautiful and different every single time. It's both the character art and backgrounds that are just so nostalgic, like they're simple and it makes it stand out so much. It feels like they truly encapsulates the Newgrounds and Flash art style. My favorite song is when you battle Mommy Mirrest, and the third song is called MILF. And when this beat drops, I can't even focus because it's so darn good. But I don't want to mess up, like just have a listen to it. On other websites, the game is a demo and has 6 weeks in total, but only on Newgrounds can you play the 2 hidden stages which features Tankman and a secret scene which follows Pico as he has to survive his friend's onslaught after having failed to kill boyfriend. In the literal description of the game, you can download all the source code for this game, which has created a sprawling fan community which has created some of the best mods I have ever witnessed. Now, seriously, nothing comes close. You got everything here, and there are so many unique artists that jumped on the chance to feature their own characters in the game. And now when I say that Friday Night Funkin' was the most popular Flash game, oh, I meant it, because it managed to do something near impossible. It became the most played Flash game on Newgrounds and it came out in 2020. The version on Newgrounds has 80 million views, dwarfing the second most played game, which has only 26. And this is insane, as most of the games on this list were made pre-2010, and Flash games were pretty much dead by 2020. But man, this game is just so insanely well made. It actually managed to revitalize Flash for a short period of time and has kinda become the new mascot of Newgrounds. The base game is terrific, but what truly elevates FNF is the community, as it's garnered an insane amount of fans and modders. As I mentioned, they left all the source files in the open for anyone to access, which meant modders had a field day and keys to the kingdom to make whatever they wanted to in the FNF universe, and they went ham at it. And I would honestly say that many of the mods are actually superior to the base game. When mods are so well made that you struggle to differentiate create whether or not it's official, you know it's a darn good mod. And the best part is simply this: a lot of these mods could easily be official, and many of them are even better than the official songs and animations. There is a really cool Madness Combat one where you battle Tricky the Clown, and it's awesome, and there are so many different stages and everything just changes. It's beautiful. You can also battle Hatsune Miku, Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Then there are some really dirty ones, and by dirty I mean absolute bangers like Entity. And Tabby. My favorite mods has to be when you battle Sevodila, sorry I can't pronounce it, and the notes of that game hits so damn hard. You could say that the community picked up the slack from the lead developers of the game because Friday Night Funkin' are still working on a full game release of the game, and they started a Kickstarter to fund the dev time. They asked for $60,000. How much did they get? They got $2.2 million. And with this, it also meant that many of the stretch goals were met, and they promised to add so much to the final product. There are 24 songs and 8 stages in the base version. They promised that they would add 45 weeks. That means 135 new songs. And as you can see, that's way too much content for a small dev team to handle. And how they did not see this issue is beyond me, because they shot themselves in the foot being so overambitious. They promised to make so much game content and rewards that it definitely overwhelmed the team. And we are coming up on 4 years since people pledged over $2 million, and not much has happened during this time. And the people who donated to the Kickstarter 3 years ago have still not gotten their merch, because they also promised to deliver physical merch. And it's just stupid to focus on physical merch when you could just develop the game instead. It just took away so much time from the development. They are still developing the game, and we are probably years away from seeing the full release since it's going to be so huge, and you have to remember that most of the time making these games are probably the animations of all the different stages, etc. Now, after the Kickstarter, there has not been an update on the base game for close to 3 years, until we actually got a new week or weekend called Due Depths, which released on the 30th of April 2024, which instead of playing as Boyfriend, we play as Pico, and there are even cutscenes here, and they are so amazing. They remind me of so much of the iconic Pico fan animations and tributes which tend to use this type of style. Pico and its friends Nene and Darnell. But to me, the whole situation just feels like the devs were unprepared for this amount of support, and honestly, who can blame them? They asked for 60k and they got 2.2 million. And just that money must be suffocating, and also a ton of pressure on the team to follow through. The main team's issue seems that they are awful at communicating with their fans and backers. I looked at the Kickstarter and it was over a year ago since the last update, and that's really scary. They started off fairly good, giving frequent updates, and they were transparent about the development, but then they just started to talk less and less, and many big breaks between updates. Regardless, I'm really hopeful and hyped for the full version of the game when it releases, but man, they should have just lowered the goals and their stretch goals and added more maps later, or maybe even add the best mods into the official game, kinda like how Happy Wheels did it. Regardless, Friday Night Funkin' showed that there are still so many talented creators on the web, and how this game would not have been made possible without Newgrounds. It's amazing. The best thing about Friday Night Funkin' is simply that it proves that Flash games are not dead. And that's it. You have reached the ending of this humongous video, which I never expected to be this long, but there were just so many good games that I want to talk about, either briefly or just fully explore them. I know I have not talked about all the Flash games, and there are so many more I would have loved to talk about, but there is simply not enough time for that. But for now, I think I'm done. I want to thank every single creator who either made a Flash game, movie, art or music. So much what you have done was beloved by millions of people. You were there when we came home from school being bored. You were there when the classes were boring, and you introduced so many people to the wonders of gaming and animation. I will never in my life forget what you have done, as my memories of playing these games will be forever encased in my mind to the day I pass away. And I'm going to end this by saying thank you to everyone for making our lives a little bit better. As I mentioned at the start of the video, the mantra of Flash to me was made by the people, for the people. Never let this mantra die, and if you liked the video, download Flashpoint, play some games, get on Newgrounds or any other Flash game site, play some games and watch some animations. And also please tell me down in the comments what Flash game is your favorite. And if you want to see more content, give the video a like, and I guess also subscribe. I'll see you in the next video, guys. Have a great day.